Okay, welcome back. Starting the second hour of the Ride for Larry. Today we're going to be, or this hour, we're going to start with the Prudential Ride London Full course. This is one of the courses I have done, but it was before they started having the badge collection. And one of the things you need to understand, if you're going to try to collect badges on Zwift, well, what just fell? Too much stuff. It wasn't something important, so that's good. One of the things you learn when you're doing the badges or trying to collect the badges, doing the courses on Zwift, is the fact that there's a lead-in. And you look and it says there's 173.3 kilometers. So you start your ride, and you ride for 173.3 kilometers, and you say, okay, I'm done. Where's my badge? Well, it's not that. There's a lead-in to a lot of these courses. So as you're going for the course, you go through the lead-in, then you start the ride. And when you start the ride, you then have 173.3. So there's some distance involved before you actually begin. And that's what you have to keep in mind. You're typically riding to a banner. You're going to reach a banner, and then something's going to notify you that you've completed the course and you've earned the badge. So, it says 173, it's probably more. 2,623 meters of climbing. I'm figuring this is going to take me hours to complete. So, I will not feel bad if you don't hang out for the entire ride. I fully understand. So let's get going here. This is the I Ride for Larry. It's a 12-hour trainer session that I am riding in honor of Larry McKeithen. So that's why you see the number there. So let's see. We've chosen the PRL full, and let's see, is there any, well, I don't want to start riding with someone because that would take me off of the course requirements. So let's just ride. Loading London. Let's see if it's going to be raining today in London. No, blue skies. Yay! Let me go ahead and clear the chat here. There we go. I really got to focus on my hydration during this hour. I actually feel as though I'm already getting behind. I'm talking too much. And as the case always when you're doing these types of events, you're not eating for hour 2, which this is hour 2 for me. I'm eating for hour 12, which has yet to come. So I may not feel hungry, I may not feel thirsty right now, but I've got to drink and eat. Because the time will come later when I will feel thirsty and hungry. Okay, so we are at $2,340 raised for the Ride for Larry. And last hour I explained a little bit about what I Do It For Foundation is. This hour, well, this 4 or 5 hours, but I'll start off early talking about how the foundation got started and specifically what we're doing for this ride. Let me pop over into the big ring. There we go. Feels better. So the story behind the start of IDoItFor.org goes back to a friend of mine named Michael T. McCaskill. His family knows him as Michael T. I always called him Mike, or Michael. Hey, cool, we got a comment here. Let me say thank you to Christopher Ray. Thank you, sir. And thank you for your service and being a good alumnus and joining here today. This really, you don't know how much of an encouragement getting a comment here. I am not a Zwifter celebrity. So every comment that comes into me is a shock. So thank you so much. We're all thankful for Larry. And that is another thing that I'm supposed to explain this hour. Who is Larry McKeithen? Why are we doing this? And we get to that by talking about I Do It For and the beginnings. So Michael T. was a graduate assistant at the university where I work. And I'm in the alumni relations department, which is why I mentioned to Christopher, thanks for being a good alumnus. And Michael was working in a sister department, and so we had a shared office space. And Michael and I, he was much younger than me, and we just got to talking. He had a mountain bike, and of course, if you're a cyclist, everyone finds out at some point that you are this weird person who rides around in spandex and sometimes comes to work with bandages on you yourself. So we talked a little bit about biking, and then we discovered that we had a common interest in NASCAR. Of course, Michael was an Earnhardt Jr. fan, and I was a Gordon fan, Jeff Gordon. I know. But I started following NASCAR when Jeff started his rookie year, not because of him, but I just married into a family that enjoyed NASCAR, and I would hang out on Sunday afternoons with the family, and we would end up watching NASCAR, and I got interested in it, and picked up Jeff because he was new and I was new, and that's how we started. So anyway, we had those interests, and then we had opportunities through that, through my company that is a software development firm. I was able to connect the company with Michael's dad, who at that time owned a logistical type company that was having multiple locations, and they were doing everything by fax. So it just seemed like a perfect opportunity for the internet to come in and help them. So there were multiple points where we formed a relationship. I would say Michael was my closest friend or anything, but I grew to appreciate him, respect him, and he just was the most likable guy. It was hard for you not to have a friend in Michael T. McCaskill. Well, Mike got married, and then they learned, I think it was shortly after, they were expecting their daughter, first child. They learned he had a tumor, and around about the same time, I was getting interested in doing long rides, and there was in Greenville, South Carolina, where I live, there was the national championships during those days. I think it was 2006 through 2008. Greenville hosted the pro championships for the U.S. So one of the rides was to do multiple laps of that course, and you were raising money for cancer research. And it was called the Stars and Stripes Challenge. So I said, well, I'm going to do that ride, which would have been the first metric century I'd ever done on a bicycle. I'm going to do that ride for Michael T. So I had a special jersey made that had a logo that was designed by a friend of mine, and it was I Ride for Mike. And the objective was to raise money in honor of Mike for that particular ride, the Stars and Stripes Challenge. And then at the conclusion of the ride, I was going to present that jersey to Michael T. for him to hang on his wall, or if he dared to wear it, he could do that too. Well, unfortunately, before I ever had a chance to do the ride, Michael T. passed away, which was just heartbreaking. A young wife, a young daughter, and then him in the prime of his life. I would say even before he made it to the prime of his life, he went home to be with Jesus, which is a wonderful thing. And I actually wouldn't take him back for his sake from what he's enjoying today. But obviously, his family, his friends, myself, we miss him. We miss his humor. We miss his smile. We miss his jokes, practical and otherwise. We miss him. So, having done that, it was anticlimactic. I wasn't able to present the jersey. I still had the jersey. So, kind of a harebrained idea came into my mind at that stage was, well, I want to remember Michael. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something every year that is going to be in honor of Michael T. McCaskill. So I decided that each year I was going to have an I Ride for Mike event. And so I began to do that. I believe it was the following year, I started doing the, let me get it right here, the Courage to Conquer Cancer rides from Greenville, South Carolina. In those days, it was from Greenville to Austin, Texas. And it was part of the Live Strong events. Okay, just so you know, we're starting to head up some of the climbs here in London. I don't know, I've only landed in Heathrow. I've never been to London. So I think this is the Surrey Hills. Correct me if I'm wrong, some of my London friends. But here we are climbing a little bit. Explain the power up. There's a little feather there. If I get into a really steep spot, I can hit the power up, and that power up will make it a little bit easier for just a few seconds. While I ride. So, I was off doing the Challenge to Conquer Cancer ride, Austin, from Greenville to Austin. Oh, great. I know I keep getting distracted, but it's exciting. This is one of the reasons why I'm here. So I just found out that we have another donation come in. So right now, I'm going to come in and update my numbers. All right, we are now at $2,390. So I said that my goal for this next session, this next hour, was 60. And right now, we have a gift that has come in for $50 from my neighbor, Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. I doubt seriously you're watching right now, but thank you for your gift. So now we're knocking on the door of $2,400, just $10 away before we get there. Now back to my story. Oh, I hope I can keep it all straight in my head. All right, so Challenge to Conquer Cancer ride, part of the Live Strong Challenge. We would all, several teams of us, would head off from Greenville to Austin, and we would ride 6 hours or so as a group, and then we would get off the bikes, load up in a van, and the next group would start their ride, and so we would leapfrog each other from Greenville to Austin. Then when we got to Austin, we would participate in the Live Strong events there. And of course that was back before it became clear what Lance Armstrong was up to in his professional career. And I'm not going to go into that, but it was fun. The event was awesome. Well organized, loads of people. You got to see a lot of stories, got to engage with a lot of people who were like-minded, and support a lot of people who were like Michael T., fighting cancer. And I think that we had to raise a minimum of $5,000 to participate in this particular event. So I was able to do that by doing the Ride for Mike fundraising, and made the rides, enjoyed the time there, got opportunities to ride in groups with some of the riders like Lance Armstrong, Taylor Finney. A story I have there is riding in the group ride, getting into a long pace line, then moving my way up on a climb toward the front, and lo and behold, it was Lance Armstrong and I on the front. So I was riding to his right, two abreast as we were going up the climb, and I just said, "Hey, nice to meet you. You want me to tell George you said hello?" Because George Hincapie, who was one of his primary lieutenants, lives here in Greenville. And I definitely wouldn't say George is a friend of mine, but we are acquaintances. And I certainly know who he is, even if he doesn't know who I am. And I knew that Lance would recognize George, obviously. So I made that little comment, and Lance said something like, "Oh, thanks for coming out. Greenville's an awesome place. Tell George I said hello." So I just then dropped back from the front, went back in the pace line. But regardless of what you think about Lance and his history, that was a pretty cool moment. And I enjoyed being able to do that as part of the Ride for Mike. So I finished that one, did another one the following year, joined the group, and that particular year, my wife, who you will know as the beautiful redhead, also joined me for the event, and there she is. What can I do for you?
I'm just joining you for the event.
Oh, in person.
Yeah. Is there anything I can do for you?
I guess one of those drinks,
Gatorade?
no, Gatorade and one of those mill drinks.
Okay.
Would
Do
be
you want
awesome.
to take one of those and refill?
Not yet.
Okay.
Thank you. I should have had her pop over.
Oh.
So come over here. Point your head over.
Where do I see
Over
it?
there.
Over here?
Yeah, just point over. Come over. There you are. Oh no, where are you?
I'm right here.
There you are. Hello. Thanks for joining me. So that's the beautiful redhead. She was with me on that ride, and she traveled down later and joined me on the Austin ride that you do with Lance, and that was one of her longest rides ever. She did awesome with that. So that was the big thing about that particular ride. But when you're doing those kind of rides, you have lots of time to think. And I want to be careful, because I'm not saying that doing fundraisers for organizations is not what you should do. I think getting involved in anything in the community to help, you should do it. So, but I was wondering, the $5,000 that I raised, I'm sure some of that money had to go toward the logistics of the ride that we were doing from Greenville to Austin. So I knew not all of that $5,000 could be going to Livestrong. And then when I got to Livestrong, I wasn't sure how much of that money was making its way to things where I could see it happening. Obviously, when you look at an organization, you'll see they give you the percentage of how the money is used. And so sometimes you'll see things like awareness. 30% of the funds go toward raising awareness. Well, what does that mean? How does that translate exactly into helping fight cancer, for instance? And specifically, how does that go? Thank you very much. Trying to make some room. Right there is good. Oh, you're putting that whole thing
Well,
in.
it has a cold pack in it.
Okay.
To keep everything kind of cold.
Thank you. That should do it.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Well,
That's okay. I'm going to be picking that up and down. So,
I'm just going to move this with that.
yeah. Thank you, my soigné. But it just put questions in my mind. Where is the money going? I want to see the money actually making a difference. Not, I mean, it was making a difference, but I couldn't see the direct connection. So that got me started thinking about how would I do that. So I thought, well, the next thing I do, I'm going to do something for someone rather than for an organization. I want to try to do something for a person, kind of like before, thinking about Mike and doing it for Mike. And yes, I was doing these fundraisers for these organizations in the honor of Mike. But if I wanted to keep his legacy alive, I wanted to be doing things for people, individuals. So I'm going to find someone who has a need, and I'm going to do that ride for that person and raise money to help that person. And I want to give all of that money to that person. Then I can see how it works. So that is what I set out to do. And I've done several of those over the years. When I started doing it, I began to think to myself, I know I said that I was going to do one of these every year for Michael T. in his honor. But I'm getting older and doing these crazy rides, you know, Memphis to Raleigh, Greenville to Austin, that's costing me a lot of money. It's costing me a lot of time. And as I get older, it's going to be harder and harder for me to do this. How can I keep this going even if I am not able to do it myself? And that was the beginning of the idea of the I Do It For Foundation, where I would use the knowledge I learned from doing these events of helping others. I would start the foundation and use that information to help others do the same thing. So that is the genesis of I Do It For. So how do you do this? Contacted a lawyer, said I want to start this foundation and I want to be able to provide money for these individuals. And I quickly learned that the IRS does not like you to do that. It does not like you to give money directly to individuals, at least not a tax deduction. So, for instance, if you give money to idoitfor.org/Larry M, Michael Moore is doing the actual idoitfor.org/Larry ride, but that's another thing to talk about. But when you give money, you do not get a tax deduction because you are not giving to the foundation, you're actually giving to that individual. It's a pass-through gift. So you can't get a tax deduction. That's not a big deal because most people aren't giving large amounts to these types of events, and they're not giving to get a tax deduction. But it does make a difference in how people view your organization and the legitimacy of it. So what we were able to work out was that the I Do It For Foundation could receive money as a tax-deductible gift if that money went to the foundation to be used to cover expenses. So for instance, the expenses of maintaining the server, the expenses of marketing, the expenses of providing tools for the people involved in doing the I Do It For events. And then, of course, the fundraising numbers, like the percentage that the credit card company takes and the fees associated with the banks. All of those things can be covered by gifts to the foundation. The hard part for me is that most people are excited about giving toward the rides as far as for the individual, but it's a harder sell to get people to give straight up to the foundation. So to this point, most of the payments have come out of my pocket as far as funding the fees, etc. And to be honest, that's put a little bit of a limit on just how much I can do for the foundation, since it's coming from my pocket. But I was able to get the foundation started. We do have a tax exempt number, a nonprofit status with the state, and the foundation is legit. We've raised, I guess it's going to be close to $100,000 for people, individuals, over the years, and 100% of all of that money has gone to those individuals. So that's the objective, and that's what got me started on idoitfor.org. For instance, I did a ride, that longest ride, 220 miles in one day from Greenville, South Carolina to Charleston. I did that ride in honor of little Rebecca Ellis, a little girl. She's not little anymore. She's a young lady. But back then she was a little girl. And she has a congenital heart defect. And her family was often having to travel from Greenville in what was then the Greenville Children's Hospital, I think it's now Prisma. She would have to travel from Greenville to Charleston, the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston. And that made me kind of aware of those extraneous things. So they have insurance that helps with major medical things. But when it comes time to them having to go down to Charleston, the family had to foot that bill. And there are people like Ronald McDonald House, where there's availability. They are there doing a great job in helping families in that way. But then there's the travel down there and the expenses of that. And there are medical equipment that she had to have for oxygen. And some of those things were nice to have. Maybe they would say they weren't required, but they were nice for her to have and for the family to have, and made her life a little more comfortable. So I wanted to be able to help her. So I did that ride and earned, I know it was over $15,000, because that was what led me to my next issue, was that you can give up to $15,000, or a person can receive up to $15,000 in gifts, and the IRS is okay with that. They're not going to tax them on that money. But if you go over that, then the IRS is going to be looking to add that to your tax burden. And the last thing I wanted to do was raise money for someone to help them, and then I'm actually giving them a burden that they have to deal with. So in this particular case, I was able to work out a deal with an organization in Georgia called Helping Hands. They are an unusual organization when it comes to IRS. They have been given a special status from the IRS that allows them to take money in trust for individuals who have a demonstrative medical need. And then what happens is, in this case, Rebecca and her family would travel down to Charleston, and they would keep their receipts. And if it was related to that trip and the needs of that trip, they were able to contact the Helping Hands Ministry, and at the Helping Hands Ministry, they would reimburse those receipts, and it would be tax-free. So we could have raised $60,000, and it could have gone into trust, and then that money could have been released, and it wouldn't have been a tax burden on the Ellis family. So I would love to have that IRS designation, but I don't. Thank you, Tina. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for your friendship with Annette. Thank you for helping keeping her fit on you all having your morning walks. So thank you for coming online, saying hello. So that's one of the ways that we've worked around that. But most of these events don't hit that $15,000 threshold. So I've been pleased that we've been able to help people in this way. I mean, I think if I Do It For was to have an event where tens of thousands of dollars came in for someone, I would definitely reach out again to Helping Hands, and then I Do It For would put that money in trust at Helping Hands. The only downside with that is that if you give to Helping Hands, you do get a tax deduction. But you don't get that tax deduction if you gave to I Do It For, who then gives to Helping Hands. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. And one of the reasons why is it's much harder. The bar to get into Helping Hands, just because of the paperwork and the legitimacy checking and the IRS accountability, it's harder to get in to one of those types of arrangements. So in some ways, I Do It For is between GoFundMe and Helping Hands. Kind of fit in that little niche. So that is I Do It For, how I got started. And I have been thankful that I've been able to watch where the money went. I was able to see exactly how the money was used, and I was able to see people affected by it. There's been projects where someone was raising money for an adoption. One of our larger projects was for the family of someone who passed away, who had much medical bills, and the family was left having to deal with that, having lost their loved one. So that was an encouraging thing to see and to participate in. So, oh, hey, Betty, thank you. Thanks for coming in and being a part of this. And I have to talk about Betty. Betty and I worked together for many years. And Betty, well, I won't talk about her too much because I'll get in trouble. But I would just say that Betty is one of my biggest supporters when it comes to these I Do It For projects. I'm very thankful for her, thankful for the encouragement and the example that she has been to me over the years. So where is I Do It For right now? I Do It For is in kind of a transition. I have some dreams about what I want it to be. And I want it to focus more on its original mission. There have been some of the I Do It For projects that have been helpful to people, but they were merely GoFundMes. If someone said, this person has a need, I want to raise money for this person, I trust you and your organization, and I appreciate that 100% of what's given goes to the individual. So I want to do a fundraiser, but there wasn't an event, an effort put forward in regards to supporting the person emotionally through doing an athletic style event. So it's kind of funny. I started calling those I Give For. So we have I Ride For, I Run For. Those are ones we've done. And this was, well, how do I do that? So I called it I Give For. But that really isn't the mission. So I started thinking, how can I incorporate that mission and fulfill an even larger community helpful event or organization? And that's when it hit me that we need to move away from just a website into an app. I am obsessed with the Apple activity. So I have an Apple Watch, and I work to close my rings every day. My stand goal, my exercise goal, and my activity goal. And my business partner is my greatest nemesis because he's my big competition. He has gone years having not missed a day of getting at least his activity ring closed. And I've sometimes had a challenge with that, getting it all closed. So I like collecting those little badges that I get. So for instance, right now, the Apple challenge for January is that 9 days this month, I'm supposed to double my activity ring. So my activity ring right now is like 550 calories a day of activity. And that means I have to do 1,100 9 days out of a month. They said, well, that's not hard. Well, you do have to make an effort to do that. I can't just go to work and sit down in my office and close that. It does take some effort. And there are times when it's almost time to go to bed and I have like 20 calories I need to burn. So there I am hopping around the front living room trying to close those things because I like to collect the badges. And you see that when I'm here in Zwift. I'm trying to collect those badges of completing the routes. And that's why I'm here on the trainer spinning away for multiple hours to get this badge here in London. So my thought is that I Do It For could use that type of activity and the badge system, the goal system, to encourage people to help other people. So the dream scenario would be someone who might not be very active and their sister gets cancer. And one thing that happens when someone close to you gets cancer or has a medical need like that is you begin to take assessment of your own health. So I Do It For could be a way of helping both the person that we call the doer, who is the sister of the cancer warrior, and the inspiration, who is the cancer warrior. So the doer is inspired by the cancer warrior to start an I Do It For project. So let's just say this person, the sister, the doer, so I walk for, let's call her Hilda. I walk for Hilda. And she comes, starts an I Do It For project, signs into the app, and Wanda also Hilda also signs into the app. So there are two views. One is the doer view. The other is the inspiration view. The walker connects, and this is where I'm still in the dream stage, but connects to Strava, or, pull this off, connects to the Apple ecosystem with their fitness, and begins walking. So by doing their walking, they enter that information automatically in the I Do It For app, and it tracks how far they've walked. So when they begin, they set a goal, a financial goal, to raise money to help with the expenses of the inspiration. But they also set a doer goal, which is how many miles they plan to walk during the time that they're raising money. So when they walk, it automatically goes in, and when they hit milestones, they get badges, but the inspiration also gets a badge, and I call them lifts. So when you reach a milestone, either walking or in your funding, you're sending a lift to your inspiration. You also would be able to log in and send a lift at any time to your inspiration. I guess in Strava terms, that would be a kudo. You're giving a kudo. In Zwift terms, that would be a ride-on. So you're giving these lifts, you're collecting badges, they're collecting lifts, and you're moving toward the goal. Meanwhile, the app is providing you with social media tools. So you would have a basic background for an Instagram post, for instance. And then you could enter information, and it would format that information onto this Instagram. So you've got a professional looking Instagram post that you don't have to know all about creating them. And then you can send that out. So there are tools to help you spread the word about your I Walk For event. So you would have idoitfor.org/Hilda, and people could go there and give. They too could download an app, give through the app, and most everything would be driven through the app. But obviously, not everyone is going to download an app. So there's got to be a web presence as well. So the idea is more in line with the original intent. It's a way of getting people doing stuff for other people, not only financially, but actively. And so what you've got is not just someone being helped with their medical needs. You also have people who are perhaps getting involved in something active for the first time because they're motivated to help someone they love, which is kind of our logo. Do it for someone you love. So that's the plan moving forward. I am currently developing the processes behind all of that. Then I will have to get some estimates on what it will take to build. And then I will have to do the hardest part, which is to raise money to help build it. But I think it's worth it. I've struggled with whether I wanted to do this or not because I realize it's not easy, because I've been doing it and it's not easy. But I've been motivated to do it. And tell you what, in the next hour, I will explain what has got me motivated to do more. And it comes down to I do it for Larry. I'm also going to have to get off the bike here for a second, because I mentioned in the first hour that there's a window over to my left that, as the day gets going, is going to let light into this, and it's starting to affect the way I look and the green screen. So I need to go cover that up a little bit, but it will only be for a couple of minutes. Maybe I'll wait till after I climb and head down the other side so the bike can be coasting while I make that adjustment. Drink some Slim Fast. Milkshake to go. Oh no, low carb. I don't need low carb, I need high carb. Keto, made easy. Keto, I don't keep up with that stuff. So I don't know. All I know is this will make me feel better. Ew. Climbing, climbing. When I get on these things, I'm reminded of advice I got from someone who was one of my mentors as I began cycling, John James. I was like, now what advice do you have when I get into that hurt and I feel like quitting? He just said, just keep pedaling. You just keep turning your legs. Most likely you're not going to just seize up and not be able to move. So see, estimated time of arrival. How is it that I'm on my way to beating my 30-day PR? I feel like I've been going very slow. Of course, probably my 30-day PR is very slow. So it makes perfect sense. Well, Suzanne, I'm glad you like the idea. There are lots of components to it. There are some real challenges anytime you're connecting to a separate ecosystem. You are obviously at the mercy of that ecosystem. For instance, Strava, I can get an API. I know I can do what I want to do with Strava. But I have to deal with the idea that Strava could change the API, which means it could break my app, and then I have to spend more money to adjust for that. So it is a long-term maintenance to be able to connect to something like Strava. But it also makes it very easy for people to do what they may already be doing, which is collecting their activity in Strava. And so they don't have to think about it as far as the technical aspects of it. Oh, I've got a feather. I've got a climb coming up here. So I'm going to hit this climb, deploy my feather power up, which should make it a little bit easier as I go up. Okay, 1%, 2%. All right, let's hit the feather power up. So what happens is, you may even see it, my avatar gets smaller, which means I just suddenly lost weight, which makes me go up faster. Okay, wasn't a big change, but if you were watching, you might have seen my avatar get fatter again. It doesn't make it easier necessarily to go up the hill, but it allows you to go faster up the hill at the same wattage level. All right, so we've crested. One of the neat things about Zwift is once you can get onto the other side of the hill and you go downhill, just like in real life, you can coast. So I'm going to let it coast and go fix that window. coming back on. Well, we haven't had any more gifts come in. So if you're watching and you have friends, point them to the website. Let's see if we can knock out this $10 at least to get up to $2,400. I had really hoped to get that by the time I finish this hour, but you take what you can get, right? So I'm going to come here. I noticed that my green screen, you might see little speckly things on me. I think I need to adjust some lighting. So let's see. Let's try the lamp here. Move that up. Does that help? That should have changed. What's going on? Off, on. Change that to brighter. Whoa, that's brighter. Okay. Okay, now let's try that on the other lamp. The trainer lamp. Change that to, whoa! Back that off a little bit. There. In case you're wondering, I use Hue lamps, which is connected to my Apple HomeKit ecosystem. So I'm able to change colors and the amount of light. So I'm still seeing the little speckles there. It might have something to do with what's behind me. But we won't worry about it right now. As long as you can see Zwift, who cares if you see me? So going back to the I Do It For app, I would probably have to have built into it the option for you to enter the information into the app. Because some people, they don't want to connect to Strava. They don't have an Apple Watch. They don't do that kind of thing. But they would be willing to, hey, I finished a walk. I'm going to go and enter how far I walked in my app. So you would have to have that option. And the window gave me problems again. Oh well. We'll just keep going. This is one of the hardest spots. You see it's 15%, 14% grade. Thankfully it's short. I'm also glad I'm not trying to go too hard. Typically I'm hitting that in a group ride or a race and you're just trying to power up over that thing. Because in a race, that's a defining spot. Because you're coming toward the end of this particular course, at least when you're racing. And if you can get a gap on that climb, then you can kind of keep it or control it, protect it, until you get to the finish line. And people will have to work that much harder to catch up with you. So really, that's how it is in racing in real life. There are certain places on a course in real life when you're racing where that is the moment. If you're going to make a move and win, there's something typically topographical that presents itself, or it could be wind. There's a place where you know that wind is going to be hitting you really hard. And if you can get a gap before that, or if you're really strong, if you can create a gap within that, then you have an opportunity to control the race and make a difference. So Zwift, typically that always comes down to a climb. There isn't wind. So on Zwift, if you're racing, you pretty much have to plan on making a climb one of those defining moments. Let's check. Any gifts? No. Oh, we're past the first hour of the second part of the ride, and we're still at $23.90. Tell your friends. Tell your friends. Of course, I'm also archiving these events. So I've thought to myself, so what am I going to do when the Ride for Larry is done and this event is still on YouTube and people go to the website? So I've got to make sure that I have a graceful transition for those people. Maybe I'll create a specific page that lets them know that that event has concluded, but they can help the foundation by giving a tax-deductible gift to the I Do It For Foundation. Ooh, a 30-day PR. That was actually easy to get a 30-day PR because I haven't ridden this course in I don't know how long. So my first best ride was today. So all I had to do was ride the second lap, a second faster than the first lap, and voila, I got a 30-day PR. That is one thing I wish that Zwift would change, or at least add to. I do like the 30-day PR because, especially if you have years of Zwift data, it's a way of motivating yourself to keep going. But on the other hand, I'd like to know what my all-time PR is for a particular course. So if it could give me both of those, that would be ideal. But then again, the screen starts getting busier and busier, and I can understand why Zwift is trying to keep that to a minimum. Okay, 30 kilometers in to a 173 kilometer ride. We got a ways to go. I don't see my steering connected. Let's see if it's working. I don't think my steering's working. All right, so let's come back to the app. The app is on. Let's hop over to our pairing and come over to pair and steering. Are you there, steering? Ah, there you are. Of course, it stops me in the game. until I get out of the pairing. Steering device disconnected. I think if I just keep spinning, it will come. There it is. All right, so we're back. Oh, a donation. Yay! This is an anonymous donor. But this wonderful anonymous donor just made my day because let me just go ahead and type it in so you can see what this donor did to make things a little bit more encouraging. Yeah, baby. $2,490. So we're only $10 away from the goal. And that's awesome. Can I stop then? Thank you to that anonymous donor who just gave. I need to be paying attention because it's possible that some Zwift friends during the day will show up and join me. So I need to be watching for them to pop up on my companion app. So I keep mentioning the companion app, and I could invest in some money into a device that would allow me to connect my iPhone so that you could see it. And I have to mention another person at this point who goes back, way back in Zwifting lore and the history of Zwift, and that's Shane Miller. Shane Miller is like Mr. Zwift streaming king. I think he has, I don't know how many followers and minutes of people having watched his videos about all things Zwift and other things. But there are some other, like Chris Pritchard. It's his humor that makes his stream, and he has a good stream, a good channel. But when it comes to the technical excellence of online streaming Zwift, Miller wins. GP Llama wins hands down. So if I had someone that I was setting up as the person that I would want this stream to be most like from a visual technical standpoint, it would be his. So he has this set up where he's able to stream directly to his, from his iPhone to his YouTube stream and whatever else he's streaming to. It's probably streaming to multiple platforms. And it's really cool because then the viewer is able to see what's happening on the iPhone. But first of all, I don't know if this is going to become a normal thing that I'm streaming online. So I didn't know if I wanted to invest in that tool, that adapter, but maybe I will someday. Well, let's see if I can. Nope, green screen destroys it. Basically, I have to describe it a little bit. The companion app is like a remote control for the Zwift. So you notice I talked, well, I think it was last hour, I talked about the little map there in the upper right, where you can see the orange arrow, which is me, and then the little dots on the road that are surrounding me. Sorry, I saw a comment. I was wondering if that was someone I knew. But that appears on the companion app, as well as some of the other information that appears.
Want a warm waffle?
Well, warm waffle. Is this a waffle of insane greatness?
It is.
Waffle. My wife makes these wonderful waffles that are called waffles of insane greatness. And they are waffles of insane greatness. Mmm. Good. So, how is it that I'm 52 years old and, well, you can see I'm pretty skinny? I think part of that is genetics, and part of it is Zwift and riding a bike a lot. It is not because of my diet, because I love waffles of insane greatness. Mmm, that is good. I'm going to have to wait until the downhill and go try to fix that window again. I can see this arm has an interesting issue. But the companion app allows you to interact with what's happening on the screen by providing you with a lot of the information that's on the screen without having to touch your keyboard. You just go to the companion app. Okay, here we go. We're climbing. This will take a while. So for instance, I'm not going to need that Aero Boost power up, but it appears on the companion app. So I can push it on my companion app on my phone and the Aero Boost kicks in. But I think one of the other things that would make it cool to be able to connect the iPhone, or I imagine you could do your iPad, is that you could more easily insert web pages, etc., because you're not using the native browser within this streaming software. You would be showing the browser on your iPad or your iPhone. Oh. Just keep streaming. Just keep pedaling. Up we go. At some point, we're going to have to take a nature break. So I hope you don't think this is just easy. You can probably tell from my breathing that this isn't something that is necessarily enjoyable for 12 hours straight. You probably watch my heart rate. Right as I was talking about my heart rate starting to increase, it dropped. There we go, 140. A story about my doctor. If doctors aren't cyclists, they freak out a little bit. When you tell them how high you've got your heart rate, when I first started cycling, which I was old. In cycling terms, I was old. I was 39 when I started road cycling. So I was almost 40. And back then, I could hit a heart rate like 196, 200. 200 was like, that's when I was leaning over the bike, puking. That was definitely the max heart rate. I could go all day, like a 160, 168 heart rate. That was just a regular old tempo ride. But regularly, I was seeing my heart rate up in those days in the 180 plus, 190 something. Nowadays, okay, Eric, how do you find me on Zwift? Well, if you have the companion app, which is on a Android or an Apple phone, you should be able to go in. See, this is where I need to have the companion app showing on the screen, because I could tell Eric to go to the More button on the screen, and then you would go down to Find Zwifters. And to find me easily, you would just type in I do it for as all one word. And you should see me pop up, and it will pop up as Jonathan, idoitfor.org/Larry M. Then you would just follow me, and there's a little button over to the right, a little orange-red button that has a plus beside the silhouette of a person. You push that, then you follow. Then you would probably, if you're already in Zwift, you have to log back out, start a new session. And when you start that new session, on the screen where you choose your route, you can also look down at a list of people who are currently Zwifting. And if you're following someone, that person should show up in that list in a lighter color blue. So then you click on that name. In this case, it would be my name. And then it would say, ride with this person. So you click on ride with this person, and it will kick you directly to that person wherever they happen to be on the course. So it's really neat. I always look at that when I go on to Zwift. I see someone I know, I'll jump in with them. Though the funny thing is that sometimes you will start out cold and you'll jump right in with someone who's climbing Alpe de Zwift or the Mont Ventoux, which are the massive long climbs. So you find yourself in there in your big ring, suffering, trying to stay with someone who is warmed up and has been going for some time. So that is one of the downsides. The other downside is sometimes they will be in a private event. So you see that they're riding, you choose to ride with them, and they're nowhere to be seen. And it's because they are in an event that you are not in. And so you can't join with them and ride with them because you didn't join that event originally. Well, thank you, Chelsea. You're awesome too. Yeah, teaching while spinning. Zwift is not perfect. I don't agree with the way they do everything. I'm all for competition and people trying to knock them off the top. But I am a Zwift fan. I am able to enjoy cycling, the social and the physical aspects of it to a degree without having to worry about getting run over by a car. Hey, great, Eric. Glad you found me. Just to warn you, I'm going to take a break here on the downhill off of this climb. To go fix that window, because you can see my towel is turning into the cloak of invisibility. Ah! That means my lighting is messed up. Of course, it is kind of a green towel, so it actually makes sense. I guess as it's gotten wetter, the color has gotten more green. Also, if someone would tell me if my audio is wacky. I know I've been doing this now for 2.5 hours, but if someone could let me know if my audio is adequate, that would be helpful. I am not going to push for a PR. Just going to keep at this pace. I think my guess is my all-time PR on this particular climb is probably 6 minutes and something, or 7 minutes. That's the number that comes to my mind. On a typical ride where I'm not pushing it, but I'm riding at a pace I enjoy, I probably go up this one in 8 to 9 minutes. That gives you an idea of the effort I'm putting out compared to what I typically would be doing. Oh yeah, this is something else. Once I come back from fixing the window, I'll take you through some different scenes that you can have while you're riding on Zwift. Hey, I'm getting ready to knock out 40 kilometers. Okay, we've got, oh, there goes the guy. You see the feather above that guy's head? He's incorporating his feather power up. And he just ended. The power up I have, which right now is not very helpful to me, is the drafting. So let's see if I can get with these guys. They're too fast. I won't be able to catch up with them. But when I hit the draft button, if I'm behind someone, it allows me to draft more efficiently. So let's get in behind these people. That's the problem with the draft. Is you get in the draft and you end up passing the people that you were drafting behind, because it is an art. Drafting on Zwift is definitely an art. Much harder to get in the sweet spot and stay there on Zwift than it is in real life. Oh, look at that nice scene of the sun rising over the Surrey Hills. Or is it setting? I'd say looks like a sunset to me, not a sunrise. All right, coming over Box Hill. Let me go fix that window again, hopefully. I may have to get the beautiful redhead to come and find a permanent solution. But let me see what I can do. Okay, that should have been a more permanent solution. I need to take a nature break. So, go away if you feel like it. Come back if you'd like, or whatever. Go take your own nature break. But I'll be back very soon. Okay, I'm back. Hope Eric didn't show up and then leave because I was Not there. Get rid of that towel and start with a new one. Okay. Start pedaling again. All right, I got that window issue fixed. I'm pretty certain it's permanently fixed. Yeah, everything looks better now. Oh. To the big ring. Finish my waffle of insane greatness. I'm noticing one thing that I would change if I could, but it's too late right now.
You want dry clothes?
I'm fine right now, but I'll take that water.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I won't change until I finish this ride.
Okay.
Very thankful for my wife, who has supported me in all these crazy endeavors. You think it's hard to cycle 220 miles? Oh, there's Eric. Hey, Eric. Let me give. Oh, you joined just in time to climb the 15% grade. Welcome. Slow up a little bit because it's not his fault that he jumped in right there. Ooh. You can obviously tell that my rear cassette is not lined up perfectly on the trainer. I did switch bikes. Okay, where's Eric? Oh, that was a perfect example of where Eric joined right at a tough time. I think he was wearing a CompuTrainer. Where is he? I know I saw him. Is he ahead of me? There he is. There he is. 2 seconds behind me. I need to use him. Stick him up there in front of me. Make him be my draft partner. Oh, hold it, he's ahead of me now. How did that happen? I didn't see him go by. I must have been looking for the wrong jersey. All right, come on. Get up there. Keep looking. Okay, so I know I'm close to it. Oh, I just passed him. This also is another thing that it takes a lot of practice to get to the point where you can ride with someone else on Zwift. You would think it would be very easy, but it's not. If you get on Zwift and just try to ride side by side with someone, it's tough. Part of that is because my understanding is that Zwift does not place you on the road exactly where you are. So in other words, it's very possible that all the data points could put two riders on exactly the same part of the course. Zwift doesn't let you do that. Zwift says, okay, you are on a common plane, so therefore, we're going to put the, there he is, there's Eric. Yeah, hey Eric. Welcome to London. So what I'm going to try to do is just set a steady pace and let Eric ride to me. But going back to explaining how I think Zwift works, then Zwift sorts you. So Eric may be right beside me in the game, but Eric might actually, by all the data that's being put into Zwift, he may be right where I am. So Zwift kind of arranges you where it wants you to be. So therefore, it kind of moves you around even though you aren't moving yourself into that position. So Eric might be right beside me, then that guy cuts in between us. Zwift pushes Eric away from me as that person goes by. It's not that Eric has changed anything. It's just Zwift is trying to sort everyone out. The steering does have some effect on that. It gives you more control over where you go. And I don't know how that works. Yeah, Eric mentions my glowing bike is easy to spot. You get that bike by climbing. So it's one of the, I talked about collecting badges. It's one of the badges you can collect in the game. And so you have to climb. It started out with like climbing the distance of Mount Everest. So over the years I've been on Zwift, I've climbed the distance in elevation of Mount Everest. Well, I kept climbing, so oh yeah, I'm almost to the top of Mount Everest. I want to get my glowing bike. And then you go past the top of Mount Everest, and the next thing you know, you're heading up to the moon. So it took forever to get the glowing bike. On Zwift, it's called the Tron bike, though that's the unofficial name. And it's kind of cool. I'm going to stop pedaling, Eric, just so you know. When I stop pedaling, the bike stops glowing. It's because your power, there it started. Keep going, Eric, I'll catch up to you. Don't change your pace for me. But you're lighting your Tron bike or your glow bike by putting out wattage. So as your wattage increases, so does your light. Okay, slowing down a little bit so Eric and I can get back into sync. Now, Eric and I could communicate in multiple ways here on Zwift. One of the ways is we can chat. So I'm going to go to my companion app, click on messages, and I want to send a message to Eric that everyone around us can read. So I want to say, hello, comma, Eric, period. Welcome to the ride for Larry, exclamation mark. Okay, so that just popped up. Hello, Eric. Welcome to the ride for Larry. So that's one way I can communicate with Larry. Everyone sees what I just said to Larry. Then the other neat thing about the companion app is I can go to the companion app and see a list of all the riders around me. I can choose Eric specifically, and I can say, I really appreciate you coming and keeping company with me, period. And I post that to him. Now, you'll notice it didn't show up. It's because I just sent a private message to Eric, and Eric is able to see that on his screen. And I just see that Eric opened his companion app, because right above the distance between us is a little, looks like a tiny phone. That means that Eric is using the companion app. So when he's using the companion app, he's able then to send me a private text message by responding to the one that I sent him. So that's a cool little thing. Okay. Cool. So Eric responded to the entire group. It is fun to ride with someone. First time I've done that. It is fun. That's why when I come on Zwift, unless I'm doing an event, I always look to see if there's someone I know, then I connect with them. Now, there are other ways to connect that it's not actually through Zwift, but there are systems that gamers are definitely aware of, like Discord and some other TeamSpeak, other systems where you can actually talk to each other with audio. That's really cool. When you're connected, say in a race, and you're able to connect over Discord, you have your earphones in, and you're able to talk team strategy. You know, who's going to go up the road, who's feeling good, who's going to cover a move. Okay, I just see that Eric sent me a private message. It shows up as a red call out box beside his name, and he said hello. So thanks, Eric, for that illustration. And Eric's putting hurting on me. He's leaving me in the dust. And see, here's where I would fight the urge to chase, because I'm in this for the long haul. I am not going to go too hard, even if it's boring for you all. I've got to do this for 12 hours, so I'm not going to do anything crazy. There's Eric. Oh, see, now he was waiting for me, which means that I passed him, and now he's way behind me. So what you have to do, Eric, in case you're ever on another group ride like this, what you need to do is watch. So I'm trying to ride steady with you. Yeah, that was my fault. But what you do is you look at the person that you're riding with. And so I know Eric is 2 seconds behind me. One second behind me. So I know he's starting to catch up to me. So I look at his watts per kilogram. So right now, Eric, oh, where'd he go? Yeah, he's doing 2.7 watts per kilogram. I'm doing 1.7. So as he gets closer to me, one of two things need to happen if we're going to ride together. As he gets closer, I have to increase my watts per kilogram to match his so that we come together in a graceful fashion. Or he has to start lowering his watts per kilogram to match me so he doesn't go flying past me. And you have to do that before you get to the person, because there's always a little bit of a lag with the power data. So you're just going to go shooting past someone if you slow down once you catch them. You got to start slowing down before you catch them. And the other thing is, if you're going to ride together, you can't focus on the wattage. You've got to focus on the watts per kilogram, because Eric, I think Eric, just like the Eric I remember, is probably weighs a little less than I do. So that means it takes less wattage for him to move his weight than it does for me to move my weight. So if he puts out the exact same amount of wattage that I am producing, then he's going to go past me and stay past me, because I weigh more and it takes more wattage for me. So that's where the watts per kilogram comes into play, because that makes it a more comparable term. So the watts per kilogram basically shows how much wattage it takes to move a particular weight. So if he's doing 2.7 and I'm doing 2.7, then we're going to be pretty even though my wattage is higher than Eric's. So a little Zwift physics for you there, which is also physics in real life, for that matter. Which also makes it interesting for Zwift relationships. And what I mean by that is, there's always this question, are people cheating by putting in their 180 pounds and they say they're 170? So that means by their mass and probably their muscles, they can produce more wattage than someone who is actually 170. But that wattage is not moving 180 pounds. It's moving 170 pounds. So in Zwift parlance, that's called weight doping. I try not to think about that too much. Zwift is there to challenge me. I'm not there to prove myself against all the other Zwifters. I mean, my word. Right now, there are thousands of people Zwifting right now. All of these people I'm riding with are real people somewhere in the world. And they are riding, perhaps on their 12-hour ride for Larry's, at the same time I am. Okay, let me back up. Eric has had a little bit of a challenge climbing this hill. And I don't blame him. I have been warmed up here getting ready to start my, let's see, whoa, getting ready to start my 4th hour on the bike. So I'm definitely warmed up. Eric's only been on for, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes. Oh, man, there went the window. I thought I had it solved. Oh, well. We'll take care of it some other time. Here I am drinking out of a transparent bottle. Okay, another Zwift thing to explain for those people who aren't Zwifters, who may be watching for the first time, seeing Zwift for the first time. There are things called ride-ons, and you've been seeing a lot of ride-ons. As a matter of fact, I'm going to drop a bunch of them right now. So you see those little thumbs? I just gave 2 of those riders a thumbs up. In Zwift, we call those ride-ons. Oh, someone just gave me a ride-on. I think it was actually someone that I just gave a ride-on. So, just a fun thing to do when you're riding with people, to drop some encouragement to them as you go by. I'll be honest, one of the reasons why I drop ride-ons when I'm riding right now is it is a marketing tool. Because let's see, if I ever get another ride-on here, you will notice, so I just tell you, keep looking for a thumb to come down on me. And when that thumb comes down on me, you will notice up in the heads-up display where it has the kilometers per hour, the distance, etc., it'll tell me who gave me the ride-on. So if I drop a ride-on like I just did there, on their screens, see there, you'll see someone dropped me a ride-on, and you see who said ride-on. So when I drop those ride-ons, it's another opportunity for me to show them the I Do It For.org/LarryM URL that appears in my name. Now, I don't plan to keep that there past this event, but it is one of the ways I try to get the word out about I Do It For and ride on. Okay, so we are getting ready. Once we finish climbing Box Hill, we will go back down the other side. And when we go down the other side, I will once again try to go over there and fix that window. Just so you know, I'm trying to cover it with a yoga mat. And the yoga mat, of course, is kind of a stiffer rubber. So it keeps flopping away from the way I have it sorted. Tried to put a weight on it. And it did solve one problem, but looks like it created another problem. So not only are you joining my ride to see the good things, you're also in the middle of an experiment and my first long-term streaming attempt. So you're having to deal with that. Eric, I'm really sorry. I'm just in my normal default easy spin. But I am going to ease off, obviously, when I get over the top. So again, just like in real life, you can make up some distance on the descent. So I'm going to coast down the other side while I fix the window, and you can join me once you get over the top. Plus, I'm helping you get a workout. That's got to count for something. Tell your friends something you can do that maybe you don't know about. If you have an Apple device, if you click the power button and the top volume button at the same time, and that's on the iPad, also on the iPhone. Oh, there went the whole thing. Oh yeah, see, look. Whoa. If you do that, it will capture your screen. So if you're watching YouTube, you can push those two buttons and it will capture what you're watching on YouTube as a still video. Then it will bring up that screen and you can crop it to be a particular size. So you could do that with this particular screen that you're watching if you happen to be watching on one of those devices. And then you can share it to Instagram. And one of the things I found out a lot of people don't know about Instagram is that in the bottom left-hand corner of the Instagram viewer, when you're looking at the image that you're wanting to upload, there's a little, it looks like two arrows going away from each other in a diagonal. If you touch that, that will cause Instagram to show the entire photo, not simply a square photo. So you could capture this screen, crop it so that only the screen is showing, and then you can share that on Instagram and people can see the entire YouTube screen, which of course includes the URL for idoitfor.org, Larry M. And then you can invite people to come over to the YouTube channel and watch or give at the URL. Unfortunately, Instagram does not allow you to put an active link in the comments, which is something that does not make a very helpful situation for people who are trying to promote something. I think if you pay them money and join as a business, you can do that. Maybe I will do that with I Do It For, so I can include the link directly in there. But that being what it is, that's one way you can help me spread the word about I Ride for Larry today. Wah! Forgive me. I think you're going to see me become headless. I'm going to stand and push my way up to climb a little bit. I'm not headless. I just ended up with a big head. Okay. Oh man, I had a feather. What an idiot. I should have used it. Oh well. Cycle Guy 50 just gave me a ride on. I know he is not around me, but he's one of the people that I connect with on Zwift. So probably what happened was he's coming in to do his ride. He opens the Zwift companion app and it shows him who he follows if they are out on the course. So when you see that, you can then drop that person a ride on, even though you're not on the ride with them. And I'll do that sometimes. I will go, yeah, S. Edwards, another guy that I follow on Zwift who follows me. And so he probably just logged on and saw that I was Zwifting and gave me a ride on. Sometimes I'll do that. I will be sitting at work and I say, oh, I wonder who's on Zwift. So I go to the companion app, see someone that I know there, and I drop them a ride on. All right, got to get off here. Gonna work on that window. Okay. Oh, it's raining. Okay, I just put an 8-pound weight on the top of that thing. So I don't think it's going to move. So I hope that that problem is completely solved. Is Eric still on? Eric, did I follow you? There he is. He's right behind me. Where are you, Eric? I am not following him on Zwift. I need to take care of that. Okay, I'm just now following Eric on Zwift. Oh, he's not there. Let's see. Keep going back. Eric, are you there? I don't see him. So I'm going to go into the companion app to the messages. I'm going to say, okay, Eric just messaged me to say he is coming down the hill. I'm just going to keep spinning along here at about 55 watts and let Eric catch up to me. I have to be honest, I was expecting to do a faster ride than this. So this is going to take a lot longer than I originally intended to get this ride finished. I think I miscalculated what talking it would do in this event. Okay, let's drop to the small range and ease up because now Eric not only had to come downhill, but he's going to have to climb up this thing. So there's no need for me to go flying up it. Okay. keep in the small ring. Keep going easy until Eric catches back up to me. I think this is the number that comes to my head. I could be wrong. Someone correct me if you're a Zwifter. But I think a day on Zwift is 40 minutes. Okay, so Eric is crossing the bridge. Well, you're crossing the bridge. If you're crossing the bridge, if it's this bridge, then you're ahead of me because I'm just now crossing the bridge. Ha! Let's see. Okay, it says that Eric is he ahead of me by 20 seconds or behind me by 20 seconds? If he is ahead of me, that's crazy. How did he get ahead of me? Unless somehow he passed me while I was off the bike. Yeah, he says I passed the stairs, crossing the bridge on that 1.5. So Eric is ahead of me. He is currently, let's see if I can find it on here, 25 seconds ahead of me. Hey Taylor, thanks for commenting. I hope you're completely over your wisdom teeth surgery. Josiah had wisdom teeth surgery during Christmas, so he can empathize with you. Hope you've gotten your tests back and you are good to go. Thanks for the encouragement. Let's see. On the search for Eric Cash. He's probably somewhere in the midst of all this stuff. Uh-oh. I've lost him on my Zwifters around me. So I'm just going to have to keep pedaling and see if we come up with each other. To be honest with you, right now it feels good to be putting out a little bit more wattage. Oh, there he is. Okay, I think I may have passed him now. It says he is 2 seconds behind me. But there he is. Yeah, you were hidden in the midst of all those people. I still don't. Oh, up there. Oop, there he is. All right. I'm going to settle in here at about 150 watts, just between there. Get into a large ring. Here we go. Okay, one thing I have not done, which I said I was going to do and I need to do, is talk about this particular, what I call all of these Ride for Mike. And I've explained why Mike is the inspiration behind the I Do It For Foundation. So even though I'm riding for Larry, to support Larry emotionally and financially, behind all of that, the foundation behind all of that is all of these efforts are in memory of Michael T. McCaskill. So even though it is the I Ride for Larry ride, it is a ride for Larry. I mean, a ride for Mike, because that's the ultimate inspiration, as far as humanly speaking, for why I'm doing any of these events. And Eric, I am sorry. I get to talking and I'm losing track of where you are. I also think I sometimes get excited when I'm talking about the foundation. I find myself pushing a little harder than I said I would. But anyway, if you can keep up with me, then that's awesome. And if I can, I'll try to get in where I can keep up. But I had mentioned that I was somewhat discouraged because a lot of people were coming, and I've had people come to me and say, oh, I just would like to raise money for this person. And I just really, I would say, well, I think GoFundMe is a good option for you, because that isn't really the mission behind the I Do It For Foundation. So I was pretty discouraged because there weren't many people coming forward to do the type of events that I started the foundation to do. Way to go, Eric. Get on my wheel. Stick to it. But I had a colleague of mine, a professor at the university where I work, and by the way, Larry was also a professor there. I would say Larry is. He still, in my mind, holds that position and is an employee. And I'm thankful that the institution is helping him through the insurance, which I would also add is a very good insurance. So we are very thankful for that. However, Larry was facing some issues where he was slowly losing his mobility and other aspects. They thought, does he have ALS? What's going on? He just is losing his ability of motion, and other aspects were showing there's something going on. So Larry was a half Ironman, enjoyed cycling. He was always coming to me and like, we need to start a cyclocross team. We could have students involved in cyclocross. Okay, Eric's got me a message here. Enjoy your ride, you are strong. Fun to share the road with you. Eric, you absolutely do not know how much I appreciate you taking the time to connect. And even if you were only here for a couple of minutes, I really, really appreciate it. It also brings back a lot of memories of our power rides and other rides in Greenville. So thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm glad also that we've connected here, and hopefully we'll see each other again out there. And I'm going to make a point when I get done with this to look you up. It looks like I saw a couple of kids in your profile picture. So I'm going to have to find out what's going on. So thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. But a friend who is well, I guess I was talking about Larry, that he was active. He was a runner, cyclist, multiple triathlons, half Ironman, very active, and very encourager. He was an encourager. He just was is very positive. Okay, he had twin girls born in March. Awesome. Congratulations, Eric. I'll definitely have to connect with you. Maybe, I don't even know if you're still in Greenville. We'll do coffee sometime. But anyway, getting back to Larry. So from a very active person, very positive person about activities, cycling, very enthusiastic, getting involved in, again, trying to start a cyclocross team on the campus, to go from that to being immobile, just very hard for me to understand. I've never been there. It's got to be hard. So my friend Michael, who is also a friend of Larry's, had opportunities for Larry to be an encouragement to him when he was participating in runs. So when he learned what was happening, he was like, I want to do something for Larry. He's facing the situation where he's going to be immobile. I want to help raise money and try to get him an adapted van so that he will have some mobility. If he's going to be confined to a wheelchair, we want to get it so that he can move around. So Michael came to me, and he didn't know about I Do It For. He just knew that I had done some stuff through my I Ride for Mikes. So he said, hey, can we have coffee? We went and talked, and Michael made my heart sing, because he was like, yeah, I don't want to just raise money. I want to do something. I want to go and do a ride, or I want to encourage other people to join me on a ride. And can you give me some advice? How do I have an event? And I was like, well, somewhat of an issue, having an events nowadays because of COVID. You've got to think about all of those things that factor in. But let me tell you about I Do It For. So I told him, and Michael he bought in exactly into the mission of what I Do It For is. I had been thinking about the concept I mentioned earlier about how I wanted to turn I Do It For into an app that would encourage people to get active while they were encouraging people who were facing challenges. And so this was like the extra punch that circumstance, if you want to call it circumstance, that came along that said, hey, maybe you need to give I Do It For a greater shot and move forward with your plan. Because there are people out there who do want to do what you're trying to do through the foundation. So let's get you set up. And Michael got set up for his idoitfor.org/Larry. So that's why you see idoitfor.org/Larry M on all of my stuff. Because the way the system is built right now, you can't have two people doing the same ride. Each person has to have their own individual ride. So Michael gets the top billing because he started it, and he's got idoitfor.org/Larry, and I have /Larry M. But both of us are trying to raise $10,000, and originally that money was to go toward the adapted van. The rest of the story is that on the 21st, I believe, of December, shortly before Christmas, Larry learned that he has a terminal brainstem tumor, which, if it is terminal, we all know what that means. So we had to reassess, is an adapted van at this point the best means for raising those funds? So we backed up a little bit and we're reassessing where that would go. And we know there are needs. Larry has been moved from the hospital to home, so we know there are going to be needs that the insurance does not cover. So this money that we're raising is going to go to help the family with those needs, whatever they might be. So we've adjusted, but the purpose is still the same. Why am I on the bike for 12 hours? Part of it is because I know that Larry is going to be tuning in. And he's going to be seeing that I'm climbing Box Hill for him. I could be out doing something else, watching TV, reading a book, but I'm doing something that I just normally would not do. And part of that is because I'm trying to, as Christians would say, share in his suffering. Because I can't know what Larry's going through, because I've never experienced anything like he is experiencing. But I know Larry is a fighter, in that he's a competitor, and that in the midst of this trial he's facing, he's going to fight and keep going. So I'm sharing with him in that by fighting and pushing up this hill and the next several that I've got to do, so that when he tunes in to see, he'll know that I'm doing it for him, and that he'll receive a small amount of encouragement from that. Because it's really all that I can do for him. So that is the spirit of I do it for. It's the thing that I want other people to join with me on. So, you know someone who inspires you to go beyond what you normally would do? They're facing their own trials. Why don't you do an idoitfor.org event for them? Do something more than just fundraise. Do something that allows you to share in the challenge that they are facing. Okay, still climbing Box Hill. Pretty soon I should get some indication of what my finish time will be for the climb. Up, up, up. Somehow I feel like I'm going faster up this climb. So maybe I'll get a 30-day PR. Let's see, that was 11 minutes, 21 seconds.
How many minutes till this ride is over?
Oh, it's going to be hours.
Did you see my text about Steve
Steve who?
Johnson?
What about
He
him?
has a trainer. He wanted if you could have what he wants some company, bring his trainer and ride with him down here in this room. Would there be room? Like if I move this or over there? Or is that something you want him to not try to do? You think about it and let me know in a little bit.
Yeah, let me think about it.
Okay.
I
I'll
think
let you know I talked to you.
yeah, it might change the dynamics a little bit.
Yeah. He's trying to subscribe and log in here. I don't think he's written anything to you yet.
Yeah. Yeah, let me think about it.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll let him know that you're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I would really jump on, if he jumped on Zwift, that would be awesome.
Yeah, he's not very techy and he doesn't
Yeah, I
know
know.
anything, but he's never seen it, so he'll at least be seeing it here if he can get into
Right.
YouTube. I told him how to subscribe, so
Yeah.
I'll see if he's been able to do it.
Yeah, I'll respond to your text.
Well, you don't have to. I can come back down if you want. I know you got a little-
Okay, look, I'm going to get it. So that's the story of I Do It For /Larry. I guess there is more to the story, because Michael started his plans, and his plans is to do a gravel ride, 130-mile gravel ride in April. So April 3rd, he's planning on doing a gravel ride on the Carolina Panther Trail, which is up in the mountains of North Carolina. And he's never done anything like that. As a matter of fact, he just purchased a gravel bike for this, and he is really going at it. He's done his first metric century in the last week. Right now, he's probably out on Paris Mountain doing repeats, training for that April ride. So, I mean, Michael's going to be a beast for that ride. Well, I was like, man, Michael's buying in. I want to help him. You know, are we going to be able to raise $8,000 or $10,000? So I said, well, why do I need to put all of that on Michael? I should help him out. So, okay, Michael, why don't you do $8,000? Surely I can get out there and in a shorter period of time raise $2,000. So that was my plan, to come in and do 2,000 along with Michael. And then I thought, well, hey, why don't I join Michael when he does his gravel ride? So I'm also planning on doing the gravel ride with him on April 3rd. So really, it's a team effort between Michael and myself to get a goal of $10,000. And of course, I only need $10 more to hit $2,500, which is my adjusted goal based on the kindness and generosity of the people who have brought us to this point. So we're very close, actually, with my $2,500 that I will get today, because by blimey's, I'll give $10 to hit 2,500 by the time this day is over. Okay, I think I need to adjust my lights in here. It's getting brighter because of the day, and I think I'm getting too much light on me. So let's see here. Let's turn that down a little bit. And then let's turn this one down a little bit. There we go. That's better. It's the nice thing about Q bulbs. You can go in and make some adjustments there. Oh no. I have an external fan coming in. And one thing I forgot about is when the yoga mat fell, it fell in front of the fan, so I'm not getting that air in here. So I need to jump off here real fast and uncover that. All right, I'm back. Keeping it going. Again, share the news with other people. Send them to idoitfor.org/LarryM. Let's see how much we can raise during this day. I'm just going to keep pulling away at this event. Wow. I still have 100 kilometers to go in order to wrap this one up. Yikes. Again, I moved my normal Zwifting bike off of the trainer because it was starting to make strange sounds in the bottom bracket. And I did not want to have to deal with that on this ride. So I moved my road bike to the trainer, which means I also had to move the cassette off of the rear wheel onto the trainer. But because the trainer is not the rear wheel, and I put so many miles on them, the chain and the rear cassette are expecting a certain behavior. So when just a minuscule change in the rear cassette can cause some issues, and I'm just not as good enough of a mechanic to fine tune it to where it needs to be. So for the most part, it's been great. But you may notice that when I go under a heavy load in the small ring, you'll hear a little thunk. And it is the chain getting caught on the rear cassette. Hey, we just did it. Let's see here. Let me come and make an adjustment. And here in the 3rd hour and 38th minute, thank you, Steve Johnson. Steve is one of those guys who would give you the shirt off his back.
What did I do?
What do you do? What?
You said work on a window? You don't mean really a window.
Well, that thing was falling.
Oh, okay. So
And
it's okay.
it lets too much light in, so I think I've got it fixed.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll be in contact about lunch.
Yeah, and you saw what I saw about Steve.
Yeah, you just commented on that.
Yeah, okay, because he won't be able to get in Zwift. He
Yeah.
just will be on his bike watching you.
That's great.
And he loved the idea.
And if he'll comment.
I told him to, yeah.
Yeah, good.
But I commented from him.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, come in here. And not forget what I was here for. Properties. Ta ta da da ta ta. Done. Thank you to an anonymous giver. We have hit our goal of $2,500 for this ride, which means we've actually exceeded the original goal of $2,000 by over $500. So that is awesome. Thank you all to everyone who has participated and who has been giving. So awesome. I love doing this. In a perfect world, I would be the full-time director of I Do It For Foundation. I would have thousands of people doing I Do It For rides, walks, runs, swims, tries, you name it, for people all over the country, and ultimately it would be cool to do it all over the world. Maybe someday. I'll be honest with you, that is one of the reasons why I try to stay in pretty good shape cycling wise, is I want to be able to still be doing this when I retire. I'm sure I'll be so old that all the young people will think I'm an old fogey, but I have a funny feeling I'm going to be young at heart for a long time. So I want to be in shape for that day when I can devote more time to what I'm doing here. Thank you, Suzanne. Keep checking in. I can do it. I'm almost getting ready to finish my 4th hour. Would it be my 4th? Yeah, I've done 1, 3. I'll be finishing my 4th hour. So, in about 15 minutes, I'll be 1/3 of the way through the day. So I'm just going to keep going. Keep pushing. I think what I'm going to have to do with this ride when it comes to YouTube, because it's going to be so long. First of all, I hope YouTube is going to allow me to have that long of a video. I think they will. I think they'll allow you to stream for one event up to 12 hours, but you have to do it from a computer. You can't do it from a mobile device. You have to have over 1,000 subscribers to do over an hour, I think it's an hour, of a stream from a mobile device. And at first I read that you had to have 1,000 subscribers to do more than an hour. So I was like, oh no, I've got to get 1,000 subscribers before the ride for Mike. Or there, see, the ride for Larry. So I put out a call, and with the help of my wife, who I'm finding has quite a social media following, I was able to increase up over 600 subscribers. But then I found out that if I was streaming from the computer, I could do it with the subscribers I had. So thankfully that disaster was averted. But what I think I'll do is, on this particular long video, I'll go in and I will mark where interesting things happened in the comments, so people could jump directly to that. So I could say, the ride for Larry explained, and that would be on a particular timestamp. So someone watching the video not wanting to watch the hours long video, they could click on that and jump directly to that conversation. So that's my plan. Steve, if you're watching, you need to figure out how to chat. Come in here and give me a chat. Ooh. Gotta keep eating, or I'm gonna bonk. Forgive me here, I'm just gonna zone out a little bit. Just keep going. Eat my Lara bar. My next milestone will be 100 kilometers. Thankfully, I'm moving along here a little bit. 39 kilometers per hour. See, to do 20 kilometers, we're talking I'd have to do like 32 kilometers per hour to do 20 kilometers. Or, oh, my brain is starting to leave me. 32 kilometers per hour is around 20 miles per hour. But at this pace, I am well under an hour to get these 20 kilometers. Of course, I am starting to climb, so that's going to slow me down. Be interesting to see where I'll be at 3 hours. I'm not standing to get more power. I'm standing to give my butt a break. It's one of the biggest issues of trainers is you find you sit a lot. Thankfully, after all the miles I've put in, on a trainer. I guess you could say I have an iron butt. I think I put over 16,000 miles on the trainer, on Zwift. So that's a lot of time on a bicycle seat. Hey Jonathan. My son Jonathan just logged in, gave me a chat. The muscle, ta ta. Ouch. Yes, Chelsea, over 16,000. It's almost embarrassing how many months of my life have been spent on a bicycle. Back when I was racing, I probably was riding 14 to 20 hours a week. Then, when I wasn't racing as well, I was doing maybe 10 hours a week. Now, I'll do, on a good week, 7 to 8 hours on the bike. So that begins adding up. Yes, Stephen, we are over 2,500. Let's keep it up. I'm the guy turning the pedals. You are the guy sending in the cash. So I'll do my job. You all do your job. So especially if you know someone who knows Larry, let them know about this. And you get the point. This isn't about getting people on here to watch me ride a computer game. This is about supporting and helping Larry McKeithen. So, I'm only telling you this to tell you to get people to come and support Larry. So they don't even have to come to the YouTube channel. They just go to idoitfor.org/LarryM and they can give. Who knows where we might end up in about 8 more hours. Yes, lady.
When do you want lunch?
Around noon.
Okay. Has Larry gotten on yet?
I can't tell.
Okay, I'm gonna text him and see if he's gotten in or what's going on.
The Tammy, I think, is setting it up.
I don't have her number. You do.
Oh.
Let me have your phone. I can get to it off of your phone. Oh, it's hooked on there?
Yeah, it's running
Okay.
part of the.
I can ask. I just asked him, I guess.
I'll find it. I'll get it and send it to you.
Okay. So we'll do that. Okay. See if he wants to send a message for everybody.
Yeah, I can tell that people are watching, but I can't tell who they are. As you can see, this is not a professional endeavor. Not only do you get to see Jonathan Pate ride on the trainer, you get to see family interactions and behind the scenes communications about the event. I wouldn't say I'm hurting now, but I am starting to feel like I've been on the bike for 4 hours. Here's where things just start moving into zone mode, which in some ways is the time I best like riding. It's where you stop thinking about what your legs are doing. They just do it. Then you just think about whatever you want to. Some of my best ideas have come while I was riding my bike. Chelsea, you're probably still watching, but there have been times when, not since you've come to the office, but there have been times when I would go out and hit the bike just to think through a problem, come back home with a solution. So it's not just for my body. Riding is also good for the mind. I think any cyclist can tell you that. Frankly, I think any endurance sports person, whatever it is, that's the thing they head for. It's that zone. You just become a passenger for your body. You're just sitting inside while your body just does it. Now, there's always the end of the zone where your body says, remember me? You haven't been taking care of me. You haven't been drinking water. You haven't been eating. Now I'm going to make you pay for it. Okay, let's see here. Going to have to do some more maintenance work on the other side. Oh, whoa. What is going on? Estimated time of arrival, 9 minutes, 55 seconds. This could be my, oh yeah, that just went out the window. But going at this pace, this could be my fastest time up Box Hill for the day. But again, I think that's that zone talking. My body's just doing what it's been trained to do over all of these years. It's just slotting into the comfort level. Of course, now that the grade has dropped off some, it would take a lot more effort to go faster or to produce the wattage. So right now I'm spinning pretty high, 105 RPM over the top. Yeah, still got a top. 10 minutes and 1 second. And there are multiple more times to climb. What I've not got to not do, which is something that just popped into my head, was, well, here's what popped into my head. Hey, maybe toward the end of this ride, when I'm almost done, I could give it a good push up the hill and see if I can get a really good time. That would not be smart, because I think right now I've been on the bike for 4 hours. I'm only a third of the way through. So pushing it right now could make me pay for it in the last third of the day. So I got to keep myself under control and not do something stupid. Okay, we're hitting the rise. Let's stand. Get over the rise. It actually feels good to put out a little more power here. Wouldn't want to do it for very long, but it gives my legs a different sensation. Get over the top. Oh, I forgot to use the feather again. Ha. Okay, now, time for some maintenance. I think you'll notice on my face, down around my mouth, right there, there's some light coming in. It's from a light on my green screen. It's causing some issues. So I'm going to get off here while I'm going downhill and adjust that lamp. Maybe I'll get rid of that.
Which one? Left or right?
That one
Okay.
just needs to turn away from me towards the.
That way?
Well, it's still on my face a little bit, but. Let me see. Yeah, that's good. That works. Awesome. It is causing a little bit of a.
That's still good?
Yeah, it's not on my face.
All right.
Thank you. Of course, don't tell her this, but I was looking forward to getting off the bike. Okay, let me do some more adjustment with the lights because that messed up the dynamics. If you change one light, it's going to cause issues with other lights. But I should be able to control this a little bit. I think that'll work. Now I still got a little bit of break up there on my shirt, but that's okay. We are over a third of the way into today's event, and we have met the goal financially for the day. So let's just say that everything beyond here is gravy. And I don't know about you, but I like gravy. So let's get some gravy on those taters. And roast beef. Of course, I probably shouldn't be talking about food. I'm going to start getting really hungry. Which reminds me of my Lara bar. according to my app, I burned 2,256 calories so far. I can already tell this is going to be a battle for the rest of the day. Me trying to get all the stuff working right with the green screen. And I know you're probably sitting here thinking, what is he talking about? It's because you're not me. I get frustrated with those things. I don't know if you can see it, but right about in there, there are little tiny dots that appear. Yeah, there they are. That's driving me crazy. Yeah, and it gets worse when I turn down the light in front of me, but the light in front of me is so bright it's washing out my face. Come on. So I need the brightness behind me to make the green screen the right hue. So maybe if I come to the green screen and I turn that up, how do I turn it down? Hey, turning it off almost made it the best. Hey, maybe I just leave it off. Maybe there's enough light coming in from somewhere else. Yay! All right. One annoyance down. How many more to go? Oh no! Am I going to beat my PR? Go, 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 go! Ah. I did it! No, I didn't do it. Or no, I did it. Yes. I got a PR. By what? Point something of a second? Hey, when you're on a trainer, it doesn't take much to get you excited. Keep up with my lower bar. I hate these things, not just lower bars. I don't like eating these sports foods. But they're good things to have. They are easier to eat. I really am sorry for not putting on a show for those of you who are watching right now, but at this stage, I'm just working to get through this event. I am on the Prudential Ride London course, which is a real-life course in London, and it is a major event that has been held in London for several years. So Zwift recreated the course on their game, and so it follows the exact course that is there in London. So we are, for all intents and purposes, riding along the River Thames in a position where we could be in real life completing the full event of the Prudential Ride London. And if you know anything about London, you're probably seeing some things that you would recognize: the eye, the phone booths. I keep looking for a police call station, hoping that the doctor would come out, but haven't seen one of those. So this is a 173 kilometer ride. And I'm doing this ride, obviously, because it's part of the I Ride for Larry, but it's to give myself something to work toward a smaller goal within the overall 12-hour goal. So you can earn badges from Zwift as you complete each course. And I've completed a good number of them and gotten the badges. But this is one that I have put off and put off. And the I Ride for Larry presented itself as the best time to give it a go. So I was figuring it was going to take me about 5 hours. Now I'm thinking it's going to be more than that. Part of that is because, well, let's see. I'm going to use my power up because this is an incline. So let's drop that feather and take it a little bit easier up this climb as we turn toward Big Ben. And we have an update. Let me make this change. Happened right along the time when we have a slight downhill. The keyboard has slid on it. All right, does that work? There we go. All right. Ta-da! We are up to 2540. Yeah, we've blown through 2000 for sure. Now we're up to 2540, which means we're leaving 2500 in the dust. Won't be long and we'll be doing 2600. Let's keep it going. Just a reminder, if you're watching and you have friends who know Larry, send them to idoitfor.org/LarryM and let them give. Today, you will be an encouragement to Larry and you will be an encouragement to moi. By the way, when you give, Larry is automatically notified that someone is given. So by giving, you're not just simply giving money, you are also letting Larry know that you're thinking about him. So you are sending along more than money when you give. I don't know, you may be hearing a little knocking in the background. This is kind of an unfinished basement that I'm in. I call it the low cadence lair. Used to be a garage underneath the house, and I finished out half of it for an office. Then there's an outside half that we use for storage. You know how things go. You can't park a car down here anymore because we had to build a retaining wall because the people who built the house weren't thinking. And they built it on an incline where the water would just rush from the top of the hill above the house right into the parking garage. So I don't know what they were thinking. So there's actually people before us had to build a wall to keep the water from going in. So when we bought the house, there was a garage with a garage door and a little grassy slope where you would drive down behind the house and then go underneath the house to park the car. So it's kind of a cool arrangement, but there was this big concrete block wall, so you couldn't drive your car down there even if you wanted to. So we took out the door, put in a wall and a regular door, and so you've got my office, unfinished basement. Well, going back to the knocking, my son is an artist. You can find him on Instagram, Josiah Pate Art, Josiah_Pate_art, to see some of his work. But his niche is custom frames. So it's kind of cool. He takes frames and he can make circular frames, triangle frames. Well, I shouldn't say frames. They're canvases. He will make a circular canvas, triangle canvas, trapezoid canvas, all kinds of interesting shapes. And then he'll paint on them. So all of his paint work he does on his custom built frames. So what you might hear in the background is him knocking as he's putting together some of these frames. You might even hear a table saw or a router. So just be aware. Well, I think at some point he's supposed to go to a forensics competition. It's like a speech and debate competition. So I doubt he'll be doing that for very long. Oh, here we go. Heading toward Box Hill again. The sad thing is, one of the other badges that I have to do in London is called the half PRL, or the PRL half. So it's this exact same course, it's just half the distance. Okay, I can tell I'm starting to push this one a little too much. Ease off. So what made me decide to do a 12-hour trainer ride? To be honest, it was, okay, what is something crazy that I haven't done that I could do? And I knew I would die if I tried to do a 24-hour ride. Though I think people have. I think people have done 24 hours on Zwift. But to me, 12 hours was crazy enough. So I could do it, so it was obtainable, but yet it was on the fringe of attainable. I knew it would hurt. So it was kind of a spur of the moment kind of a thing where I just told myself, 12 hours, let's do it. So I decided to do 12 hours. And you just keep plugging away, knocking it down. And, you know, in my mind, I'm thinking, hey, 6 hours is starting to look just around the corner. And that's how my brain thinks when you're doing these things. There's got to be a little bit of a craziness. You don't think, oh, I've got an hour and a half before I hit 6 hours. What you think is, hey, in 30 minutes, I'll just be an hour away from 6 hours. Halfway. So it's all in how you talk to yourself about what lays ahead. Sometimes it's just, hey, I'm going to find this wattage and I'm just going to stick to it. So I'm not going to think about time. I'm not going to think about anything, but I'm just going to stay with that wattage. You zero in on that, and that becomes your moment by moment goal. So then you look up and you're like, oh, 30 minutes just went by. So it goes a lot with, riding on a trail, like mountain biking, which I used to do back right out of college. I was into the mountain biking. And I was told, don't look at where you don't want to go. Look at where you want to go. So if you are going down a trail at 30 miles an hour and you're going to have to go between two trees that are close together, don't look at the trees. Don't look at what you don't want to hit. Look at the space between the trees, or better yet, look what's on the other side of the space between the two trees, and you ride to that. Because invariably, you will ride to what you look at. And that's true in road cycling. It's kind of funny. You see an obstacle in the road, something's falling in the road. When you look at it, it's amazing just how close you come to hitting it. So you want to look at where the obstacle is not and focus on that. Well, that's some psychology for you for life, because that's true in everything. Look at where you want to go. Don't get caught up on where you are trying to get away from or the obstacles that are there. Obviously, you have to recognize them. But once you've recognized them, then you focus on the positive. You focus on what you can accomplish, not on what is stopping you from accomplishing. So one of those ways where cycling translates over into life. Oh, I don't think I'm going to get a PR on this climb. Though, I'm happy to note that I should be seeing my update for how I will do on this climb here pretty soon. I'm on about 8 minutes 50 seconds. Up, up, up. Ooh, 9. I'm definitely not going to get a PR. But that's not why I'm here. Yeah, 10 minutes, 34 seconds. That's cool. My wife just sent me a text from my sister. Looks like they have the ride running on their TV for the day. Just to warn you, Suzanne, after I finish this particular ride, I'm going to reset the feed and start a new feed. So that one's going to end. or I should say, this one is going to end. I am going to get off just to stretch my legs and to give my rear end a break as we go down this downhill. Okay, I turned down the other green screen light. I think there's pretty much enough backlight to make this work. Oh, stand up, get over the hill, coast down the other side, give your legs a break, stretch. Well, now's when I need my yoga mat. Okay, but the yoga mat is blocking the sunlight from the window. So what am I going to do? Let's do it without the mat. Okay, over the top. Oh. Here we go. Down the other side. Okay. I'm going to step off here for a second. Take a little break. So enjoy my avatar without me. Okay, back at it. Got me a fresh towel. Yeah, it's your hamstrings that start getting tight because you're not really using them that much, but your legs are moving. I don't understand the physiology of it. But my quads really aren't that bad off. It's more my seat and my hamstrings. So getting off and stretching my hamstrings a little bit help a lot. Oh yeah, oh, we're over 100 kilometers. Oh, yeah, only 70 kilometers left to go. Right. Blah. But let's look at it this way. If I average 30 kilometers per hour, that puts me close to having this done in 2 hours. So, not done, but close. Let me see if I can just keep things going at least over 30 kilometers an hour. Ugh, this isn't going to help. Time to climb the stairs. Yeah, spin, spin, spin. Climb, climb, climb. Yeah, 12 kilometers per hour is not 30 miles or 30 kilometers per hour. Oh, come on. Right there, I was kind of doing what is called cross training. So chaining. I was in my big ring in the front, and then my largest ring on my cassette, which means my chain was going in its most diagonal position from front to back. So it makes it harder for the derailleur to hold it in place. So if it's not just finely tuned correctly, then it will cause the chain to want to skip off the teeth. So you're not supposed to cross chain like that. But sometimes oxygen debt causes you to do things you don't plan on. So it is what it is. Okay, I'm not over 30. Let's get up there. Bring up the wattage. Get some momentum. Let's go over 30 kilometers per hour. I know I'll hit some places where I'll get close to 40 kilometers an hour. I guess Rundle 2012 is Dan Rundle, my friend and business partner. If that isn't Dan Rundle, then forget everything I say about Dan Rundle. Just kidding. The software that was used to create idoit4.org, the website, was built, oh wow, I guess 6 years ago. So it's getting a little long into the tooth, but it was built by the company that Dan and I are partners in. Dan is the CEO, and the software for the site was built by Worthwhile, which is our company. Worthwhile has also sponsored some events. It's also sponsored some of the administrative expenses for the foundation. And Dan himself has done an iDoIt4 project for his brother, who went through a very similar situation as Larry. And we were able to use those funds to help with his brother's ministries that he wanted to see advanced, as well as helping his other brothers carry out some ministry related opportunities. So I'm very thankful for Dan and his friendship and his support of I Do It For. And thanks for logging on and watching, Dan. We got to get you doing an I Run For event for someone here soon. You need to get your F3 buddies joined up on doing something for someone. Yeah, thumbs up. Yeah, I'll remember that thumbs up. Yeah, I told you I would be hitting some times where I was hitting over 40 kilometers an hour. And we're there right now. So that's very helpful for my average. Again, we have about 70 kilometers more to go in this segment. So I'll be honest with you. I'm ready to go look at some different scenery. London is fine and all, but I'm starting to see a little too much of it. It'll be interesting to see what my total average wattage is going to be for the day. Checking in, my active calorie burn right now is 2,608, and I'm about 5 minutes from 5 hours. So, looks like I'm on a probably 6,000 calorie burn activity. I don't want to think about that. Bottom line is I can't eat that much. But it reminds me I've got to keep eating. It's kind of funny. I'm riding along at 160 watts, 150 watts, and I'm embarrassed because I typically would never do that. I would probably average around 240 on a typical ride. But typically my ride's 30 minutes to an hour. So it's not a long event. So my idea for training is more short, hard efforts where I'm averaging around 2-something watts and then doing periods where it's 400 plus watts. So it's switching on and off. But that isn't what today is. Today is go for the long haul. It's not even for this particular event as far as the finishing the Prudential Ride London course. It's finishing this and the hours that are going to follow after that. So putting out crazy watts, that's what I should be embarrassed by. Should I be tempted to do that? Because that would not be smart. So I think I said that I wanted to be around averaging 190 watts to 200 watts. I don't think I'm going to hit that. But that was kind of based on ignorance of what would happen. I also was not, again, as I mentioned before, I wasn't sure of how talking and entertaining while I ride would affect the overall performance. And what I'm finding is that if I'm going to talk, I'm not going to focus as much on my effort. So I'm just adjusting as I go, realizing that this is going to take me longer than I thought to finish this ride. But that's okay, because the ultimate goal is to ride for 12 hours. However, if you have any questions, you're watching, and you're wondering anything about worthwhile, and you did that to me. If you're thinking about I do it for, or Zwift, if you have any questions about that, I'd be glad to answer them for you. Glad to answer questions about worthwhile. I got so many hours ahead of me, I may give you the history of that as well. Well, that's cool. Harry Potter. My cloak of invisibility.
Want a new outfit and some pizza?
I'll do pizza right now. You want to clear, maybe put all that stuff in a basket or something?
This stuff right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
And then just put the pizza right there.
Yep. And, I'll put your clothes over here by your towels.
Thank you.
I forgot to bring socks though, so I'll go get some more
Thank you.
socks. Do you need a carbonated drink right now, or you want to wait till later?
Oh, wait. You want to take this water bottle? Thank you.
You all right?
It's getting harder.
Okay.
I think after this one, I'm going to go somewhere where it's flat.
Sounds like a plan.
I'm actually going to.
Okay. So that's not as cold as the one.
It's all right. You want to take that?
This?
Uh-huh.
Yep. All right, I'll come back and reset all this when you're done with the pizza.
Thank you. I'm going to earn my pizza by going over Box Hill and eat some of my pizza on the way down the other side. Just my normal reminder, if you know Larry, tell your friends about idoitfor.org/LarryM. Have them support Larry when they give. Not only will the funds go toward his ride, but he'll also be notified about the gift. So you can choose to let him know that you donated, but make the amount anonymous. So he knows you gave, but you don't want to talk about how much you gave because it was more than you want people to know about. Or you, for some reason, which you should not feel this way, think it's not enough, you can choose to make the amount anonymous. You can also give where the amount is known, but he will not know that you gave it. So you have those options when you're giving toward the ride. Thank you. Oh, you put ice in it.
Yeah. Is that bad? You want the
That's
other
right.
one?
No, no,
I was thinking you could wait
no,
and then
it's
I
good.
keep it cold.
That's fine. I just was wondering why it was making noise.
Oh, yeah. You need your towel, or you good?
I'm good. I have already ridden longer time-wise than I can remember riding since I did my ride for Wendell. My ride for Wendell was in honor of my dad, who had a stroke. And talking to my mom, we decided I would do the ride in his honor, but the money that was raised would go to the foundation. Because as I mentioned before, there are expenses involved with running the foundation. So that was helpful to pay for those things. You know, what are those things? They're just very small, but, you know, the bank charging a fee to have your accounts. You know, that's every month, whether you're having money coming in or not, whether you're even doing a foundation ride, you're still paying that money. There are the domain registrations. So every year, or if you happen to do it for a longer period of time, you know, whenever those things are up, you've got to pay for those. When you have an event, you have to pay for the processing fees. So even when nothing is happening, there's still expense. So that's what I'm paying for, whether there's an event happening or not. Hey, Mr. C, what you see? By the way, Jason, you have some very cute dogs. Just want you to know that. Jason helps get the job done at Worthwhile. He's the guy that you're going to be talking to when you have a problem and you need a solution. He's going to help you find the answer to that along with the rest of the team. And he's going to make you feel good while it's happening. Yeah, Jason, thanks. I am crushing it, but it's a fine line between it going the other direction and me getting crushed. So I am looking forward to getting over Box Hill. Yeah, the dogs are running. Why aren't you out there running with them? I think, Jason, we need to get a Zwift set up in the office so everyone can take a break, jump on Zwift, and ride in London or Yorkshire, France, Paris. Thank you. I do got this. I know it. So just keep turning the pedals. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're up to a milestone here. About ready to hit 4 hours on this session, which will bring us to a total of 5 hours, which I said earlier is just 1 hour. Yeah, yeah, Jason, that is funny. Worthwhile just moved from our own location into a co-work location, like a lot of other people. COVID forced us into a lot of remote working, and we found that it was working. So we moved out of our physical location and moved to a co-work. But it was funny because we kind of had an open office area in our old location. So it made it very interesting when we would have some Zoom meetings, even with clients, because we have some, shall we say, noticeable voices on our team. So you can hear them in the background. So I'm very curious to know what happens now that we've moved to the co-work place. And it's not just our team, but anyone else in the co-work space. Yeah, no, flat out loud. Okay, Jason, maybe I'm more the marketing person. So I don't say loud. I say predominant or something like that. Um, I don't know, Jason. You are one of them. But Corey can give you a run for your money. Oh, yay, Mom. Wow, if everybody else goes off, at least now I know my mom is watching. So, thank you, Mom, for logging on to YouTube from there in the swamp. Oh no, I'm turning orange. I'm getting some kind of skin disease. Let's see if I can play here. Yeah, I told you Corey is also loud. Corey is not loud. Corey just has an emphatic voice. So he speaks with much confidence, which means sometimes it resonates. Oh, climbing, climbing, climbing. I gotta get over this hill because my pizza's gonna get cold. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Jason. I really appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, any speed I have from this point is definitely going to be from God, because it's not going to be from me. Whew. 4 hours, 3 minutes on the Prudential Ride London, and 1 hour of warm-up. It's a total of 5 hours. And now for some pizza. Yeah, there's no doubt that Worthwhile could have built this software. Maybe not Zwift, but the streaming software most definitely. But what Worthwhile is the best at is helping you make the most out of the data that you collect from this type of software. So I definitely invite you to come and see us at worthwhile.com. Which is kind of funny because if you go to Worthwhile, you'll notice that just like I do it for, there's some predominantly orange colors. I found that interesting because it's been that color since nearly the very beginning of the company, before Zwift was ever available. And so Worthwhile is orange, and Zwift is orange, but a different shade of orange. But it's just kind of funny how those two things come together in my life. The enjoyment of orange. Okay, we're almost to around 50 kilometers to go. So we definitely are looking at least an hour, definitely an hour more to go on this. Which will put us about the halfway point for the day. And I am probably going to need to take a little bit of a break. I can feel it in my legs. There's some little tweaks starting to show themselves in the back of my knee. So I've got to be careful not to have some repetitive stress. Oh, shoot. Oh, that makes my heart hurt. Okay. I think it's like I told my wife, when I'm done with this ride, I'm going somewhere flat. So I won't have to climb for a little while. Hmm. Hmm. Whitey. Oh well. I'm gonna figure out what's causing that on my arm. I'm starting to think that it is due to the outside light that's coming through the crook in my window. That's not the light behind me. Where are you coming from? Actually, I think I've got sweat on my arm, which is making my arm glisten and causing it to be brighter. I just need to lean forward, that way I don't notice. What I don't see won't annoy me, except now I'm seeing it on my face. And that is annoying me. Okay. I think what I have to do is next time down Box Hill, I'm going to go over there and stick something like a portfolio right there in that corner of the window. Hopefully that will take that light off. I'm currently doing all of the course in the little ring. That is definitely a sign. One thing I had mentioned before, and actually it was Stephen Brown who mentioned it, that Stephen, who is a sheriff deputy with the Spartanburg County Sheriff's Department here in South Carolina, he mentioned that Larry was his professor. Larry was a professor in the law enforcement major at the university. He was is Larry, Dr. Larry McKeithen. He has a degree, a PhD, and I think he holds maybe 2 master's degrees. So he's not just a personable person, not just someone who's been very active in his life, but he's also a smart person. And with his personality and his enthusiasm and his care for those he is serving, there's no doubt that Stephen and a lot of other students found Larry to be an encouragement to them, just as he is to all of us. Starting to get tired. Legs are starting to say, why are you making us do this? It's okay. You just have to get me up over this hill, and then you get to spin easy for a little bit. So let's just get this done. Then we'll worry about what's on the other side. Let's go. Okay. Up, up, up. Look at all the people I'm passing. Come on, that's got to be an encouragement. Okay, right under those banners, things will start to drop off a little bit. And I'll eat some more pizza. Here we go. Pizza. One reason why I know, among many reasons, why I know I would never make it as a professional cyclist, I cannot stick a bunch of food in my mouth and just chew it up really fast and swallow it. I am a very slow eater, no matter on the bike or in a restaurant, at home. I just eat slowly. Which is not very helpful, because you're supposed to be thinking about riding, not chewing. But I just can't pop a big piece of pizza in my mouth, chew it 3 or 4 times, and then swallow it. I wish I could, but I'm not good at it. Like my business partner, Dan, we'll go to lunch, and he will be doing a lot of the talking, and before you know it, he's done, and I'm like halfway through, and I haven't been doing a lot of the talking. It is something I kind of envy. Hmm. Hmm. Time for a butt break. Hey Siri, turn on left crosswind.
Okay, the left crosswind is on.
I'm glad Larry has been able to watch some. Hang in there, Larry.
Everybody take the pizza and leave you a milkshake.
Sweat got in my lightning port on my phone, so it's not charging. I have to set it off to the side. Ooh, come on, Box Hill. Time for the Box Hill rest. Get me to the other side. Need a break. Ooh. There it is. There it is, but not there it is, because there's another nasty little kicker right after this. Gotta get over that first. Then it's downhill. Oh, I see it in the distance. Keep it up. Okay, almost there. Okay, over Box Hill. I'm gonna let it coast down this side while I take a break. Go cover that space on the window and eat a little bit more pizza. Won't be long, and I'll be back. Got my pizza.
Need to heat up?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Why don't you get some dry clothes, and I'll take those others up and your towels. You will feel better in the kitchen.
Okay, that took a little bit longer because I changed into a new kit, so I wouldn't be riding in all this wet stuff, which is not good for chafing. I fixed the window thing, so yeah, that helped. Just put it right there. I'm not using it yet. Thank you.
Anything else?
I'm good.
Water?
Yes, ma'am, for now. Thank you. So, let's keep going. Hey! Timothy Granger just dropped me a ride on. Thankful for that. Oh yeah, hey. Thank you, Tim, for dropping the YouTube chat as well. You're probably like, yep, that's Jonathan. I log into YouTube and he's not riding. He's just sitting there. Well, I am now spinning again. So don't be too hard on me. Thank you, Lauren. Oh, legend. Yeah, right. Yes, I am back. I didn't give up. Just had to take a break. Change my clothes. It gets really sweaty on the trainer. I'm sure by the end of the day, my shoes are just going to be soaked from all the sweat running down into them. Okay, let's see. Hopefully, I can plug my phone back in and charge it. I don't want it to go dead. Yes, no, oh come on. Charging not available. Liquid has been detected in the lightning connector. Disconnect, allow the connector to dry. This may take several hours. My word. Well, come on, bike. This may take, may not be able to run my phone the whole time. I hope it's not going to take hours. Okay, getting a little discombobulated here. Let's check in and see if any more donations have come in. Yep, we got one. And what do you know? Not only did Tim Granger come in, give me a ride on Zwift, not only did he tell me I did a great job in the YouTube chat, but he also donated. So, thank you, Tim. I take back all the bad things I said about you. And yes, you better believe it, it's going to be flat after this. I am so stinking tired of Box Hill. I'm ready to hit some flat stuff. So you can come there and let me draft off of you so I can pick up my average speed for this 12-hour event. Okay. Let me see here. I got to update that. If Tim's going to give me money, I need to update it there. So that brings us to a new total. Oh, wrong. Oh, where's properties on this thing? Come on. There we go. Property. And we have a new grand total of $2,600. Yeah. Let's keep it rolling. According to my total run time, I'm just getting ready to hit 6 hours in about 1 minute and 30 seconds. My actual Zwift spinning time has been a little less than that. So I'm about 18, 17 minutes away from that 6 hour mark. So by my actual time since I started this exercise, I just hit 6 hours.
Which workout do you want to start?
I don't want to start a workout. I'm already in a workout. So that's encouraging. I just really want to get done with London. Steer over. Crash. See if I can get in some of this draft. Make it a little bit easier to go. Oh, 40 kilometers. 40 kilometers and I'm done with London. Let's do this. Then I'm going somewhere flat on Watopia. I had this grand design that I was going to go in there and knock out at least 3 of the badges. The only problem is all of the badges left for me to complete require a lot of climbing. And originally I was like, well, that's okay. I'm just online and I'm doing 12 hours, so it doesn't matter how long it takes me to do it. What I didn't factor in is the fact that I was streaming it live, and I'm starting to feel guilty that it's taking me so long to finish this streaming segment. So I find myself wanting to get it done so I'm not boring people to death. Of course, I'm not sitting here thinking that people are glued to their computer screens. I'm just thankful for those people who are watching and checking in every now and then, see how I'm doing. That's great. And most importantly, above all other things, I am stoked that I beat my stretch goal by $100, and I'm not even halfway through. Or, depending on how you look at it, I am halfway through. So, lots of things to be happy about, encouraged about, so I will focus on that. Before my phone battery goes dead. I know what I need to do. I need to get a net to set up my wireless charger. And I can use my wireless charger to charge my phone. Then I don't have to worry about the lightning port. Aha! We can find the solution. could you come downstairs and help me set up a wireless charger? Question mark. I have it. I just need to set it up, period. So I just contacted my soignier to come down, help me with my charging issues. Also need to stay focused on my pizza. Find myself not wanting to eat, but I need to keep eating. There you are. Thank you. In that bag down under the stand, there is a charger like the one you have by your bed. Yes. And there's a plug that goes into it. That's it, the little square looking, yeah. And then down by your feet, there should be a drop cord that has an open plug.
Not one I can get into.
There's a box on it, a red. Are there 3 things already plugged into it? There should be only 2 things.
Oh, right here. Here we go.
And then if you could run it around to right here.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you so very much.
Charging?
Find that.
Doesn't look like it yet.
Man, does that mean it won't charge no matter what? It may not charge even on a wireless charger if it detects there's something in there. Get your phone and put it on there and see
Okay.
if your phone charges. Pardon our technical difficulties. Well, Lauren, I'm glad you think it's epic. It's not feeling epic yet. So that last time at Box Hill, I was starting to really feel it. You just stick your phone in there and see if
Hold it upside down.
you think so. Oh. It just wasn't plugged in far enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Awesome.
There it
Thank you.
is.
Well, thank you for that. There.
Right.
Charger problem averted. Let me give you a piece of advice. When you're chewing pizza and swallowing it, don't hang your head down because it will go up your nose. Oh, that did not feel good. Ugh. And then you then you suck it down your windpipe, which is also not good. Okay, everybody, here we go up Fox Hill. Probably going to be quiet. Fox Hill is starting to hurt. Oh, gotta get that pizza out of my windpipe. Okay, gonna have to ease up here. You think spinning easy is better for you, and it is somewhat better for you, like, you know, you don't have to work as hard. But when you're spinning easy, you're sitting really hard on the saddle because your legs aren't lifting you up any. So while your legs may feel okay, your rear end really starts feeling the pain of the saddle. So you almost prefer to have the pain in your legs than the pain in your tail. Yes, Lauren, I am okay. I do not need the Heimlich maneuver. It's also harder to stand and spin when you're in an easy gearing. But it's all about balancing things out. So right now, I'll take the pain in my seat, give my legs a break, then I'll up it so that I'm giving my rear end a break. Maybe stand up a little bit. We will get over the top. This just might take me a little longer than usual. I would love to see a donation come in right now. Shot in the arm, shot in the legs, shot in the rear, whichever one, just all make me feel better. Hey, you guys, get moving. Don't be just sitting there. Uh, I can tell I'm wearing a little bit because I rarely would have a heart rate of 145 at 200 watts. Probably be in the 130s, low 130s. We're about halfway up Box Hill. Looking forward to taking a break on the down, eating some more pizza, but I can drink on the up. Technically, if I was racing, I would be eating on the way up, or just at the beginning of heading up, because toward the top of a climb and then over the top is when some attacks happen and people will go off downhill, and you've got to be aware. You don't want to get caught napping, and normally downhills are technical, so you got to be careful that you don't crash. Of course, on Zwift, you're not worried about crashing, but people can form a gap on the climb and then keep going over the top, keep pushing down, and it makes it hard to catch back on. So it's still pretty true, though I think you can get away with eating on the downhill more on Zwift than in real life. Besides, I'm not in a race. Oh, let me get to the top. But maybe I have 2 more of these before I'm finished with this route. I'll be okay not to see Box Hill for a while. I would also add to those people who say climbing on Zwift isn't as legitimate as climbing in real life. Yeah, you can go forget it. This hurts just as much, if not more. Typically online, in real life, there are variables that you don't get. On Zwift, in the virtual world. So, no, I'm not saying that virtual climbing is the same. No, I'm just saying they're equally challenging in their own ways. And one isn't really any tougher than the other. They both have their challenges. And I enjoy both to a degree. Okay, 10:41. So we are definitely not getting a PR. We are slowing down. Still faster than the first climb. Just not as fast as the fastest one. Hey, getting close. Push, push, push. There's the banner. Over the top. Now we just have that nasty little kicker. But I have a feather that I can use to help me feel better about it. So let's jump over to Zwift on my companion app. Get ready to deploy that. Not yet. I'm going to wait until I hit that steeper section up there in the distance. Almost there. Downhill actually a little bit right here. Kind of a false climb. Negative 2% grade. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let's launch the feather. Who made me skinny? A skinny little fella. Climbing for the top. Getting ready to lose my feather. Boop. I just gained my weight back. Oh, come on. To the top. Let's go. Hey, Michael. How were the repeats? I thought you'd be out there all day. I don't think you worked hard enough. Get back out there. I realized there's a light I was supposed to have turned on and I didn't. Oh, stretch. Oh. I am here, everyone. Just stretching my hamstrings. back at it. Though I am going to allow myself to just coast down a little bit. Not spin too hard. If I have to climb, I might as well take advantage of coming down. Wow, Michael, that is awesome. Three times over and back of Paris and Piney. That's impressive. What's your best time up the Furman side? That's the true measure of a man. Huh. No, I'm not done with my workout. No, 19 is not bad. Let's see. You climbed the Furman side. This is your second time doing it for maybe what? A total of five? 5 times up the Furman side on a gravel bike. 19 is not bad. Stick some slicks on that gravel bike. You'll probably go a little faster. But do not fall into that trap. The trap is how fast can I go up the Furman side of Paris Mountain, and you will spend too much money trying to get the weight removed off your bike so that you can go a little tiny bit faster. Okay, bike, come on. Get me to the flats. Get me off these hills. Ugh. Ouch. Okay. My fastest time up Paris Mountain on the Furman side was, I think on Strava right now, it may say it's 11:30 or something like that. I'm not sure if I remember, but my fastest time, I think it was 11:24, or it may have been under 11 in the 10s. I know, you would think I would remember this, but I forget. But it was very early on when I was riding, and I wasn't tracking things on Strava back then, but it was an official time trial, climbing time trial of Paris Mountain. So it wasn't recorded on Strava, it was recorded by an official. And I remember I trained for that thing. I was watching my weight. I was doing everything I could to get a good time up that mountain. And again, I was probably 41 years old, and I took off. I was going, felt like I was dying, and there's a rider that was well known, not a professional, but a well-known amateur, and he just came flying past me. And I think his time ended up being 9 something. And that's why I think my time was 10:28, or it was under 11. It was in the 10s. But that was just so disheartening because I was giving it everything I had, having trained, and it was like, he came around me. I tried to stay with him, and then he just disappeared and put, a whole minute on me on the climb. So it's all relative. Your 19 time up Furman might be someone else's 10-minute time up Furman. It probably hurts just as bad for both of you. It's just one of them is going faster. Those days of me hitting that time are long gone. Right now, I am pretty happy, very happy, if I get under 13 minutes. I still think I probably have a 12-minute in me, but I don't think I can go much faster than that. So again, it's all relative. And in the great scheme of things, how important is it? I guess the important thing is it makes you stay in shape. I have a goal to push for. Oh. Almost to 20 kilometers left to go. Don't know if I know who Falco Dren is. So if you want to identify yourself, welcome. Hop into the big ring and stand a little bit. Get the load off. Thank you for stopping in, Lauren. Welcome back anytime. Thanks for your encouragement. We'll keep it going. Again, it's time for my periodic reminder. Be sure to tell your friends about the Ride for Larry. It's very easy. Just tell them to go to idoitfor.org/LarryM. And if they click on the Pledge Now button, they can donate to the Ride for Larry. So I encourage you to do that, especially if you know someone who knows Larry. Get on your Facebook, your Instagram, your Twitter, share the link. You can help me do my part of spinning along by doing your part of spreading the word. And thank you all for giving. Here's that nasty little tiny climb that I don't like, but it's short, so, and it's relatively shallow. I can handle it. Let's go. Up, up, up. Yeesha. Almost up and over. Go for the banners. Then start going slow down. I think, if I'm not badly mistaken, this ride may end on the climb. So I may have this climb to go. You cool if I send some people over? Do you have chat mods? No. I'm pretty new into the streaming. So basically all I have is the YouTube chat. So if people want to come into the YouTube chat, that's good. Better yet, people can come into the game and chat through Zwift, which would be the best. Most of them will be chill. Yeah, I don't think I have any of the bots enabled in the YouTube chat. I think I have that disabled. So I don't know if any of those would work. But again, I'm open for anyone to come in who wants to learn more about the foundation, wants to give online to the Ride for Larry and spread the word about it. I'm good with that. I'm not good with anybody coming in and taking over the chat. Funny story, I do a lot of Zoom meetings in my work in alumni relations. Due to COVID, we had to stop a lot of our in-person meetings in order to bring in the virtual world. So, of course, you're wanting as much involvement from the community as possible. So you're trying to make it as easy as possible for people to come in. And we did get hit with some of those, what do they call it, Zoom bombing? A bunch of people would come into the Zoom and they were like showing images of people in Guy Fawkes masks and playing weird, really weird music. So I had to get busy taking them off because they were scaring some of the people who were new to doing online stuff. It wasn't really that much of a surprise to me. So I am aware, and I'm seeing Falcadrin has started his work. Let's see where that goes. Yeah. I don't think Falcadrin and his friends are here to talk about the I Do It For Foundation and the Ride for Larry. The unfortunate thing is, I'm too busy to deal with them. So I may just have to put up with it. Spook 161. This is Zwift. So Falcadrin, are you actually Jonathan Jr.? I saw Jr. I wasn't sure if that was you or not. The foundation is about involving individuals and helping people who are facing trials like cancer. For instance, Larry is who I'm writing for right now. So the foundation helps individuals raise money and show support for people they care for. So that's what I'm doing right now, is a foundation event to raise money for Larry McKeithen, who has an inoperable brain tumor. Well, Joshua, if you want to ride Zwift, there's a mod actually in, whew, so my brain is leaving me here. I might be getting ready to bonk. Okay, come on, remind me. Grand Theft Auto. There's a mod in Grand Theft Auto that allows you to use the same kind of technology that allows you to ride your bicycle the way I am here on the program called Zwift. It is, you can ride that mod on Grand Theft Auto. So, just like I'm riding my bike and steering here as I'm climbing this hill, you can do that with Grand Theft Auto. Oh, I didn't know that. I do know there's a number of guys on Zwift who are doing GTA. Yeah, it might not be very easy, but it's kind of fun watching their videos. It definitely adds another dynamic to online riding. No, this does not require a specific type or brand of bike. It does require a trainer. A trainer would be something you could take a typical bicycle and you replace the rear wheel with the trainer. And then the trainer speed that you're turning the wheel sets the speed at which you are moving in the game. But depending on whether you're going up a hill or downhill, it makes you have to spin easier or harder. I can steer the guy somewhat with the setup that I have, but the game out of the box is more about creating power. So imagine your bike pedals are your gaming controller. So how fast you go depends on how you pedal. That is the name of the game. Keep pedaling. And I've been pedaling now for about 6.5 hours, aiming for a 12-hour session on the game, raising money and awareness for Larry. So, Falcadrin, is it true? Yeah, there are some that have a knob for resistance, but you don't on Zwift even need the knob. It just comes to how fast can you spin the pedals. Now my trainer is called a smart trainer. So the computer actually talks to the trainer and it says, okay, he's going up a 5% grade. So therefore, we've got to make it hard. So it's got to be harder as though in real life he's climbing a 5% grade. So that's what's happening right now. So I'm having to put out 240 watts to keep this pace climbing up the 5% grade. Yes, these are real people. They're from all over the world. I see right now some people from Great Britain, Germany, Poland, Australia, the US, some flags I'm not sure I recognize. Yeah, so right now there are about 5,400 people riding in this particular world that I'm in. And I'm sitting here on my trainer in the US. They are sitting, okay, there's a Brazilian flag, Canadian flag. So they're sitting somewhere in their country riding just like I am. So you could be running along with them. You could be racing. No, this is not an actual race right now. What I am doing is on the game, there are badges you can collect. And those badges are collected as you finish different courses. This is one of the longest at 173 kilometers. And I'm out trying to collect the badge. No, there is not a localized voice chat. Most people use things like TeamSpeak or Discord to do chat. There are races, and there are actually teams. And when teams race, they will often connect with Discord. At least the team I've raced with has used both TeamSpeak and Discord for strategy while they're racing. So that's one of the things people wish that Zwift, which is the program, would do, is provide some voice chat. But right now you can only chat within the game with text. And it really is cool when you are together. The team I raced on had people from the US in various time zones, Australia, and the US, and Great Britain, and Switzerland. So we could all race together using Discord or TeamSpeak, and it was pretty cool. On this one, I'm riding solo, but if you look, you'll notice there is I'm wearing a kit. Maybe I can even zoom in on the kit. Just a second. Show different views. So that is my team kit. It's called Team Experimental. And so Zwift, once you reach a certain level of a team, they will provide you with a customized kit. So Team Experimental has this customized kit. So if I was racing with my teammates, this is the kit we would be wearing. But I'm currently not riding with any teammates. If you understand anything about cycling, which I don't know if you do or not, but even within the game without a team, if you're in a group, you can have draft. So I could get behind this rider that just passed me, and I would get probably a 30% gain in my output to the power I'm doing, so that it would be 30% easier for me to go. So that's one of the advantages for that. And that isn't just with the team. If you're with the team, obviously, you all can share the load. But even if you're not with the team, if you're smart enough to get into a group, you should be fine. So I have about 13 kilometers more to go to collect my badge. And then I'm going to be leaving this world to go to another world where it is flatter. And in that world, you see people drafting a lot more. So my objective there is to get in a draft and kind of take a break for a little bit, because I have now been on the bike for almost 7 hours. So I'm looking to find some flat and some draft to help me out a little bit. Thank you, Falcadrin. Doing it for Larry. Thank you. It really is about people getting out there and doing something. I think that's the coolest thing about any type of endurance sports like cycling or running. It's, a pro is out there riding much faster than I'm riding. But I get the same sense that the pro gets riding at my hardest, because it's all relative. I don't have to be a pro to know what it feels like to ride like a pro. I can hurt and suffer just the same way a pro suffers. It's just I'm not going as fast. So it isn't really about how fast you're going. It's just about getting out there, pedaling, enjoying it. If you want to, see if you can get better. But really, the only person you are comparing yourself with is yourself. Oh, we're hitting a 15% grade. We are coming to a standstill. Okay, let's get up here to, oh man. There we go. Come on, bicycle. Stay with me. Stop skipping the teeth. All right, Nerd Manor, Mr. Tim, I'll see you there. Get ready to, yeah, that shifter is definitely not DI2. That's what happens when a non-mechanic moves his road bike to the trainer. Now, I was lifting off. It wasn't that I was under load shifting. It's that moving my cassette to the trainer has caused a little tiny bit of a misalignment between the front and rear. So if I get in certain cogs, it wants to skip. And I am the first to admit that I am not a bicycle mechanic. So it isn't that I was shifting under the load. It was that my bike is not set up properly. And that is no one's fault but mine. I typically have a dedicated bike that stays on the trainer and I use it only for Zwifting. But shortly before I did this ride, I started getting some funky bottom bracket sounds. So I figured it was safest to move my other bike on. And it was the best move. It's just I didn't get everything set up correctly. So yes, go ahead, trash on me for not setting my bike up right. Oh well. Such is life. Okay, we are very close to just 10 kilometers to go, and we will have the Prudential Ride London badge in my little badge collection. What does the bike look like that you're on? Well, if you do a search online for felt bicycles, F1. The bicycle I'm currently on is a road bike called the Felt F1. And it, I think, is a 2016 model, 16 or 17 model. That's what I'm on. I'm using SRAM as my group set, SRAM Red. That's the bicycle. But in order to interact with Zwift, there's another component that I have, which is called the kicker. It's the Wahoo kicker. So do a Google search for Wahoo kicker, and you will see the trainer to which I've attached the F1. So what makes this work is the trainer, the Wahoo kicker. That's what makes this virtual ride seem more like real life. The typical bicycle that I have attached is a Giant TCR Advanced. It's an old bike, carbon fiber, but it's one I used to race in, but it has a cracked frame, so I don't ride it on the road anymore. So I took the brakes off because you don't need brakes on Zwift. That's just one more thing to corrode for my sweat. And all it has is the crank and the shifters. So that's the system I work there. How much does the F1 weigh? The F1, I think the way I have mine set up is maybe 16 pounds. It's a pretty lightweight bike. It might be 17 pounds when I have my aero wheels on it. But that's a pretty light bike. You can hold it in one finger and it's not too heavy. So I love my F1. My computer is a computer I picked up for $150 from some guy. It's just a Windows machine. And the only reason why I bought it was it had a decent graphics card in it that I knew would run Zwift. And it was only 150 bucks. So I grabbed it. Yeah, light bikes are great, especially when you're going uphill. But they don't do you any good on Zwift because the bike has nothing to do with it. More than anything, what you want is good shifting, which, as you all have just noticed, I don't have. I would love to go, 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 go. Problem is, I still have about 5 hours of this to do. And if I push too hard now, I'll be dying later. So I am definitely pacing myself. Light bikes, ergodynamics or ergonomics, really, probably some of the most comfortable bikes you would ride would be steel frame bikes with a very comfortable setup. Most of your racing bikes, like my F1, they're built for not just lightness, but a little bit of aero. And you have them set up very low. So you can probably see I'm down pretty far in order to stay aero out on the road. Out here on this, I probably should have the handlebars up a little higher. Okay, how many miles will I have traveled at the end? It all depends on how fast I go. I mean, by the time I finish this, I've got about 5 more kilometers to go. So it's like 173 kilometers, which I think is about 103 miles. So before I started this one, I did probably a 15 mile. So that would put me at about 115, 18 miles. Then I have 5 more hours, probably another 80, 90 miles. So by the time I finish my 12-hour shift, I could be hitting 200 miles for the day. Is it not weird feeling the wind in your face when you speed up? Yes, but I have this nifty little thing where I can say, hey Siri, turn on headwind. And Siri will turn on the fan that's in front of me, and now I have a headwind. So I am able to feel the breeze hitting me in my head. Then I can also tell Siri to turn on the left crosswind and the right crosswind. And that's how it works. Does this game support a VR headset? It does. It does exist that you could use a VR headset. Yeah, Freudian slip. A VR head sweat. That is the problem, is that you sweat so much that the VR headset you'd be drowning inside of it. But yes, it does exist more as a proof of concept than anything else. Now, what I've wanted to do is put TVs around me so I could turn that VR into different screens and I could stretch it around and and I could have what's to the left of me, right of me, and in front of me. Kind of like you would do with a sim setup with a racing game or a flight simulator. So that is kind of cool, but that takes more money than I have. So that probably isn't going to happen until my ship comes in. Yeah, this is Zwift. Zwift is pretty cool, but of course, just like every game, you have people that take advantage of certain parts of it. One of those things is called weight doping, and that's where people come in and say that they weigh less than they actually do. Because if you're heavier, you typically are able, even just because of your weight on the pedals, you're able to produce more wattage. So if you weigh less and you're putting out heavier wattage, then you're going to go faster. So, I mean, it's cheating. So that is something that you have to deal with. There has also been some accusations of people connecting drill sets up to their trainers. Go faster. Hey, I'm welcome to have someone help me with the PC, as long as it doesn't cost me anything. Whoa, I just ran over that runner. Oh yes, Zwift does have a running component. So people can put a pod on their shoe that measures the cadence so that when you're running, it tells Zwift at what speed you're running on the trainer. So let's say your trainer's going, or your treadmill is spinning at like 9 miles an hour. You tell Zwift, okay, my treadmill's set for 9 miles an hour, measure that and calibrate my pod to that. And it goes through this calibration thing, and then as you run slower or faster, it begins to go. So I wouldn't be shocked that people cheat at anything. Some people just, they want to win more, I don't know, just for the sake of being first than for actually feeling like they've accomplished something. So there are people that are just out trying to do it. And I guess it makes them feel more like a man. But most of the time you're able to sniff those people out and people just ignore them. And there's also some third-party sites. One is called Zwift Power. So you go in and you verify yourself in Zwift Power, and they track your riding, and they basically say, yeah, you are legitimate. So then when you do a race, rather than just racing against the people on Zwift, because some of them may be cheats, or maybe they have miscalibrated equipment, and they're not trying to cheat, they just aren't set up correctly. You go over to Zwift Power, and really that's what people look at as, you know, how well did I do? I wait until I go to Zwift Power to find out the answer to that question. Yeah. Okay, I am going very slow because I know there's a chance that my gearing is going to pop. So let's see if I can go, oh, nope, see, even at this easy pace, it's still wanting to skip. come on. Let's shift to another ring. Nope, that didn't help. Ooh, to a harder ring. Here we go. Nope. Oh. Okay, done. Phew. Seems to only be happening when I'm in the small ring in the front. The good news is, I don't think I have to climb Box Hill again. I think I'm getting ready to finish at the main start finish, which would make me a very happy man. No, my gear shift, yes, it is malfunctioning, but it's my fault because I'm not a mechanic, and if I try to adjust my derailleur, I always just make it worse. So when I'm repeating a story, when I shifted my bicycle from a road bicycle to a trainer, because I took my normal bike off the trainer, I had to do what I could do to get it set up, and I'm just not that good at it, so I have it set up incorrectly, or I should say not to its most efficient means. So the noise you heard was not while I was shifting. The noise you heard was simply my chain slipping on the gearing because the front rear gears are not matching up exactly the way they're supposed to. So, to answer that question again, another reason why I want to get on the flats, so I don't have to answer that question, because it only happens when I'm under a load. Which is one of the reasons why I didn't notice that I was having a problem, because I hadn't been putting it under that stress on the flats. It also does not cause that same problem when I'm in the big ring, which is where I spend most of my time. Okay, 172 kilometers. We are heading toward the finish. I just hope the finish is not at the top of Box Hill. Oh, that'll make me a very sad man. The unfortunate thing is, the direction I'm headed and the distance I have left, it very well could be that I'm finishing on Box Hill. I do not want to climb again. Of course, I am climbing right now on the 4% grade. Whoa! Oh my word. This is awesome. Probably won't be paying attention to the chat right now because I'm noticing a bunch of gifts have come in. $20 gift, $10 gift, a $400 gift, $30 gift, a $10 gift, another $10 gift, a $50 gift, a $25 gift, and a $30 gift. I don't even know what to say. Whoa, I have to say that the route is complete. Yes, hallelujah. I got the route and the badge, and I am done with this hour. So that means I have been on the bicycle today for 7 hours and 20 minutes. I've been spinning on Zwift for 7 hours and 4 minutes. So I am going to log off here, and I'll be coming back with a new live stream in the Watopia world, where I will be riding on flatter ground. So that's probably going to be about 15 minutes from now. I need to take a little bit of a break, you know what I mean? And I'll be back then. So thank you very much. And when I get back, I'll have those numbers updated, and we'll see where we have. So, yes, I am excited. Thank you all, and thank you guys that came in from Falcadron. You actually helped me a lot because you made me forget about riding, and I enjoyed answering your questions. So that was a huge help. Thank you, and I'm going to log off here. Come back and join me again in about 15